Good morning. Um, we're back on the record in the Black Hills Electric rate case, proceeding 24AL-0275E. Any preliminary matters before we jump into the next witness, which I have as Mr. Friddle, Mr. Sopkin.
The only preliminary matter we have, Your Honor, is that we are going to waive the cross-examination of Glenn Watkins.
And it, yeah, and I have one other preliminary matter related to Ethan.
Let me follow up on the Watkins waiver. Commissioner Plant, do you have any questions for Mr. Watkins?
No, I do not.
Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Watkins?
No.
I think Mr. Watkins can be excused.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Oh, and he had limited availability, so that simplifies that. Next item.
Your Honor, since no one else has mentioned anything, I just have a quick question. Do you have a hard stop today planned?
I have a hard stop at noon, but I think in the evening we do not have a hard stop. But I think we're gonna, since it's Friday, we'll try and end by 5. So we won't go past 5, I don't think.
Thank you.
Maybe 5:05, but no later. Hopefully earlier. Mr. Sopkin, I think you had, or Mr. Law.
Yeah, it actually relates to the testimony of Ethan Friddle. And yesterday, Commissioner Gilman had asked for a citation from Mr. Hyatt regarding the reclassifications of customers, and where in our record that citation could be found. And so we located that, and is actually located within the work papers of Ethan J. Friddle. And it's the exact citation is hearing exhibit number 111, which is his direct testimony. And then when you go to attachment EJF 14, that has the index of the work papers. And then specifically within that attachment, if you went to pages 22 through 26, that would have the schedules relating to the reclassification that occurred. And those are work papers 14 through 18, and they relate to the billing determinant. So I just wanted to put that out there, because my understanding is, if I'm correct, that the council, intervener councils have essentially waived the cross-examination, but to the extent that Commissioner Gilman would have questions related to the reclassification, Mr. Friddle's prepared to talk, at least as to the schedules in the work papers.
Did Pueblo waive cross of Mr. Friddle?
Your Honor, this morning I advised the council that is still standing and participating that I was waiving cross of Mr. Friddle.
Okay, so that's news to me, right?
Yes, it is news to you.
Okay. Commissioner Gilman, would you like to, how would you like to proceed?
Thanks for that, Mr. Law. Appreciate the update. I don't know if this works, but I wouldn't be ready for Mr. Friddle today, I don't think. So can we maybe just consider the idea for Monday if we need to get there? Now that I have the citation, I'll look there, dig it out, and perhaps we can work it out if we find we need to bring him to the stand maybe on Monday.
Yeah, we can accommodate that. Okay. And then secondly, I mean, it might be out of order, because if we finish ironically today, or maybe, and maybe start staff today, then he would be coming a little bit out of order. So there would be that issue. But then the other thing I wanted to bring up related to the reclassification, as I understand it, our business development team was the one that actually do the reclassifications, down the Pueblo team, and then they hand off. For this case, they handed off to Mr. Hyatt and Mr. Friddle for the billing determinants. If you still had questions about how it's applied related to, the tariff, and because I think some of your questions were, how does one, determine to get reclassified? Mr. Erens, who will be testifying also today, can talk a little bit about the tariff application and that, to the extent you still had questions related to how it's applied. So I just wanted to make you aware of that, and he's coming up in our witness queue here yet. But yeah, we could certainly, bring him back Monday, and he's prepared to kind of walk through his work papers if you have questions for him.
Great, that's great. Yeah, I'll hit with Mr. Erens today what I can with regard to some of those questions, and maybe we'll just reserve the idea that we might call Friddle on Monday if needed, and I'll review those documents today. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
All right, and other preliminary matters, Mr. Davidson.
I have just one quick one, Mr. Chairman. I had reserved 10 minutes for Mr. Erens, which I no longer intend to use, so I had waived that 10 minutes that I had reserved for him on the first day of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for preliminary matters before we call? I guess we're at Ms. Rodriguez. All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you out there? Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You can put your hand down. Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way? If that changes, you'll let us know.
Yes.
And you're a little faint, so I don't know if you have headphones or can turn up the volume or get closer to the computer, but at least I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Mr. Koshin.
Thank you, Chairman Blank. Ms. Rodriguez, would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Rodriguez, JulieRodriguez.
By whom are you employed? I'm sorry.
Is the volume better?
A little.
A little? See, I turned it up all the way.
That's a little better.
Okay.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Black Hills Service Corporation, and my job title is Senior Public Affairs Manager.
And did you cause to be filed in this case hearing exhibit 112, which is your direct testimony, and hearing exhibit 124, which is your rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to that testimony?
No.
Thank you. The testimony has already been admitted, so Ms. Rodriguez is available for cross-examination.
I have 20 minutes for staff. Ms. Mandel.
Yes, Chairman Blank. Good morning, Ms. Rodriguez. I'm Vicki Mandel, representing trial staff, and nice to meet you. I hope you're doing well.
Been a long week, but just to answer your questions. So thank you.
Sure. So, Ms. Rodriguez, in your rebuttal testimony, you respond to the staff witness, Ms. Marcella. Is that correct?
Which question, I guess?
Well, I'm asking if sort of generally in your testimony, you are responding to staff witness, Ms. Marcella. You're responding to her direct testimony. Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
And you respond to her recommendation that there not be a tracker for this, for the, what you call the education plan. You respond to that as well. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also respond, there were other staff members that also objected to the tracker for the education plan. Is that right?
I believe so.
And I believe attachment JCR1 has the budget estimate for that education plan, which is $481,500. Do you recall that?
I think that was modified on page 24 of my testimony. I believe that total is 271.
Isn't that table for the external costs? And if you look at JCR 1 of your testimony, it shows the total estimated budget of 481,500. Would it be helpful to pull that up?
Please pull it up.
Thank you so much.
What number and what page?
It's JCR 1. It's a table. I'm going from memory here, and it shows the total budget for the education plan of 481,500 with internal.
Sorry, Ms. Mandel, is it a table in her testimony or is it attachment JCR 1?
Oh, I apologize. It's an attachment. It's the first attachment to her testimony, her direct testimony.
Thank you.
The next page, okay. That was not.
I think you're referring to a work paper we submitted. That 1,000 number. We were asked to submit my work papers when I was doing the planning for that budget. But then on page 24 of my testimony, there's a table that outlines the expenses.
Let's go to that table because I want to clarify. And what I'm really asking you is what the combined budget for internal and external resources. And I believe that, let's go to that table, which is on page 24 of your direct. But Ms. Rodriguez, what I'm really asking you about is if you can confirm that the combined budget for external and internal resources was 481,500.
No. This page 24, the $271,500, that is for our outside services, for work that we don't have the capacity internally to do. The video production, the printing for the mailers and translation, the digital and social media work, and then the rate calculator. And this is the total that we're asking for as part of this proceeding for the customer education plan. And that 400 amount was, again, my work paper that we were working off of, but we will be doing most of whatever we can, we're doing internally with our resources. And what you're seeing here, that 271 are the, it's work we cannot do internally, that we don't have that expertise.
And do you recall, and I apologize to the commission, I don't have the exact citation for that estimated total budget of 481,500, but Ms. Rodriguez, do you recall that was your total budget estimate for internal combined with external resources?
Early on, it was because, as I said, that was in my planning document. And when we were asked to submit work papers, that was what we submitted as part of my planning for the plan.
Have you made any changes to that? Have there been any updates to that estimated budget?
To which budget? The budget shown on the screen, the 271, or that 400?
No, I have not asked you any questions about that. I'm asking you about the total budget for the education plan, Ms. Rodriguez.
I'm not sure I understand, Ms. Mandel.
Yeah, I believe you said that you submitted work papers that showed the total budget combined for internal and external resources for the education plan. I'm asking you, what is that total budget and if there's been any updates to that budget?
The updates to the budget are now that 271. So there were some other items in the work document that we are no longer utilizing.
And are you now saying that you do not have an estimate for the amount for internal resources associated with the education plan that would then go into the revenue requirement study? You have no idea what that amount is. Is that what you're saying?
I would be doing a lot of the internal work. And so I don't know what that looks like at this point, because we haven't received an outcome from this proceeding.
If you are able to provide that estimate on the internal costs, that would be helpful. Okay, so now going to, were you present when Mr. Wolf was testifying?
The majority of that, yes.
Do you remember when he was talking about how the company's customer education was correlated with usage, customer usage?
No, I did not hear that.
Okay. And were you present when Ms. Thomas was testifying?
Yes.
And were you present when she was talking about the meetings she had with her customers, her large customers, about this rate case and the potential rate increases? Did you hear that?
I did.
Would you agree that that is a normal activity for her?
To have meetings with her customers?
And also it's within her scope of responsibility to discuss rates and rate increases, that would be within her area of responsibility, and that's what she would do as a normal activity.
Yes, I believe she meets pretty often with her customers.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize.
Oh, I said that I believe she meets pretty often with her customers.
Okay. And I guess my question is a little more specific. Would you agree that it's within her scope of responsibility to meet with her customers to discuss rate increases?
Yes.
And would you agree that it's the normal activity of a regulated utility to request rate increases?
I can't answer that.
And would you agree?
That's better answered by our regulatory team.
I understand that you're uncomfortable answering that question. And would you agree that it's a normal business activity of a utility to explain rate increases to their customers?
Correct. Yes.
Ms. Rodriguez, when you looked at and reviewed Ms. Marcella's testimony, do you recall her recommendations with regard to the BHEAP program?
I do not. Can you show me those?
Well, I think I can show you. It's hearing exhibit 503, page 24. That can come up on the screen. But in the meantime, I'd like to ask you if you recall her recommendations for improvements to the website for easier access for BHEAP customers.
I recall she had recommendations. I don't know what those are specifically.
Okay, let's look at page 24 of her testimony. I think it's actually page 26 to 28, where she made specific recommendations about making the website easier to access for potential BHEAP customers. Do you recall that now after looking at this? Take your time.
Ms. Rodriguez, I'm the one manning the screen. If you need me to move around, just let me know.
Thank you. Can you page up, please? Up again, please. Ms. Mandel, how much of this do you want me to review?
Let's go to the next Q&A. And I believe you had said earlier that you had read her testimony and responded to it in your rebuttal.
And can you pull up my rebuttal?
Well, I think we're going to stick with this because I have a couple questions here.
Okay.
So you've now had an opportunity to review Ms. Marcella's recommendations with regard to the website. And my question for you is, do you plan, well, first of all, do you support or oppose Ms. Marcella's recommendations?
Opportunity to make our website easier to use, I would support.
No, I'm asking specifically for BHEAP customers. That specific question, do you support or oppose it?
Support that, yes.
And how high a priority is that for you, Ms. Rodriguez?
In my role, I do not update the website, but I can help move that along.
And are you willing to make that a priority?
I don't know if it would be it's a priority to my on me to help our customers. So yes, I can help move that along.
Okay. And now let's go to the, well, we don't need to go to it unless you would like to look at it. If you recall, Ms. Marcella recommended that the company focus on the wait list for BHEAP for BHEAP access for those funds. There's a wait list, is that correct?
Yes, I believe there is a wait list.
And do you know how many people are on that wait list?
I do not know an exact number at this time.
And Ms. Rodriguez, do you support or oppose the recommendation for the company to focus on addressing the BHEAP waitlist?
I would support that.
How high of a priority is that for you?
I do not manage the BHEAP program, so I think that would be a question to that person who does in terms of priority.
And may I ask if it's a priority for you?
Objection, Your Honor. At this point, if I may, Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Rodriguez doesn't respond to any of Ms. Marcella's testimony addressing BHEAP. She doesn't manage the BHEAP program. It's a little bizarre to me why we are asking questions of the BHEAP program and the BHEAP website of Ms. Rodriguez.
If I may respond, yes, Chairman Blank. If we wanted to look at the description of her qualifications and responsibilities, customer communication, customer engagement, outreach, education is all within the scope of her responsibilities, and the functionality and productivity of the quality of the website access for BHEAP customers is clearly within the realm of communication and education of customers.
The objection's overruled. You can answer, Ms. Rodriguez, and we'll just keep the questioning within communications, messaging, and the website.
So from a communications perspective, yes, it would be a high priority to enhance and better the BHEAP program and how it's presented on our website.
And to go back to the question that I was asking, Ms. Rodriguez, I'm asking how high of a priority that is for you.
From a communication standpoint, yes, a high priority.
Thank you. Let's now go to a couple of questions about this proposed tracker. And I'd like to go, please, to your rebuttal testimony. I think it's page 11, line 10 and 12. And that, if you'd like to look at it, we can pull that up.
Yes, please.
And if you look at that Q&A, lines 8 through 11, or the entire answers through 13, you would, once you've had a chance to look at that, please let me know.
So the question that starts on 8 and then my answer that starts on 10?
Correct.
Okay. I've reviewed that, Ms. Mandel.
Excellent, Ms. Rodriguez. And would it be a fair sort of paraphrase to say that in that response, you are acknowledging that the company benefits, or the company would benefit from the education plan?
First and foremost, our customers would benefit from the education plan. We have not.
And Ms. Rodriguez, my question is whether or not the company would benefit.
I think secondarily, the company benefits. First and foremost, our customers benefit because we have not changed rates for 8 years. And this proceeding and the outcome is new information to our customers.
Ms. Rodriguez, my next question is it in Black Hill's best interests to educate and inform customers about a rate increase?
It's in the customer's best interest and the companies to inform our customers of changes in rate design and their rates.
Would you agree that it's in the ordinary course of business for the company to inform and educate and communicate with customers about a rate increase?
So I'll describe our communications with our customers. I think
I'm going to object, Chair. I asked her a very direct question and she's not being responsive so far.
I think it's you're welcome to control the witness by interrupting, asking her to move where you were. I don't think it's my role to respond to objection to the witness. So I leave it to you, Ms. Mandel.
Ms. Rodriguez, if you could please respond to the question that I asked and respond directly.
Can you please repeat the question, Ms. Mandel?
Isn't it correct that is within the ordinary course of business for a regulated utility to educate and communicate with its clients or with its customers about a rate increase?
Yes.
I think you said you were present at least part of the time when during Ms. Johnson's no, we didn't. I didn't ask about that. Okay. Were you present part of the time? Were you present when Ms. Johnson was being asked questions?
Yes.
And do you recall my questions for her about so the general standards that are applied for determining whether or not a tracker is appropriate? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I did hear the questions, but
Okay.
I don't work with the trackers, so.
But your testimony does address the request for a tracker for the education plan, is that right?
I believe so.
Do you believe that this education plan that the costs associated with the education plan are volatile?
I don't understand the question.
Do you believe, then do you not understand the meaning of the word volatile?
I do. I'm struggling with how that applies in this case with that budget.
Ms. Rodriguez, your testimony addresses the need for a tracker for the plan. You provide estimated costs for that tracker. And I'm asking you questions about whether, and as you know, I'm interrupting myself here. As you know, the staff has objected to that being, those costs being a deferred regulatory asset. Do you understand that?
Your Honor, I'd object. Ms. Rodriguez's testimony simply says that a tracker should be should be allowed, and punts to Mr. Harrington to describe the tracker, and it's Mr. Harrington that discusses it beyond that point.
If I may, Mr. Chairman Blank, I can rephrase the question and just ask her about the costs associated with the plan, which I think are within the scope of her testimony.
That'd be great.
Ms. Rodriguez, do you believe that the costs associated with the education plan, that those costs are volatile?
No.
Do you believe that the costs associated with the education plan, do you believe that the company has no control over those costs?
I believe we do have control over those costs.
And do you believe that those costs are unexpected?
Yes, the costs are out of our normal everyday scope of work.
Okay. And do you believe that those costs are, okay, that's, I appreciate your responses on that. We'll go to another area of questioning here. Let's go to your attachment JCR2, which I believe is some of the discovery responses to UCA 442. So if we could go to the attachment to Ms. Rodriguez's testimony, JCR2, please.
That's here exhibit 124, attachment JCR2, right?
Yes, that's the direct testimony. I apologize. It's the direct, I believe.
I think I have 124 as rebuttal, so I think
I apologize.
I'm going to the right place.
Yeah, I think it's 112. Here, exhibit 112, JCR2.
So on 112, I've got JCR1 and then, JCR1 work paper 1, JCR1 work paper 2. And then for 124, I have JCR2.
Okay, I apologize for the confusion. Let's go with, I thank you so much for your assistance. 124 JCR2, which should be a list of events that the company attended, employees attended in association with customer outreach and customer education. I think if we go down to the response to UCA 41, I think the list, yeah, there it is. Okay, let's take a look. Actually, let's go back up to just before the list. There's a sort of a explanation there. And Ms. Rodriguez, are you familiar with your response in that first sentence where you say, we are continuing to strengthen our community partnerships to build trust with key influential stakeholders? Do you recall that sentence?
I do.
Okay, I'll ask you about that a little bit later. So I wanted to just refresh your memory about that. And let's go down to the list, please. And specifically, I'd like to focus on items 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15, please. And do you see those?
Yes.
And at those events, if I understand your testimony correctly, please explain if I am not understanding it correctly. Well, let's just confirm. At each one of those events, 11 through 15, did the company have a booth set up at those events?
A booth or a table or a tent, whatever space allowed by the organizers of the event.
And if I understand your testimony correctly, that this was part of the company's outreach and communication because there were access to employees and that employees were present to answer questions, customer questions. Is that correct?
Access to employees
Yes.
or access to customers?
I believe what I recall, and we can go look at it, is that you said that at these events that there was access to Black Hills employees and the employees were present to answer customer questions. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Would you please explain how whether or not or how these events focused on income qualified customers and disadvantaged communities?
So by location, I'm seeing Canyon City, Pueblo, the Arkansas Valley area, and again, Pueblo. Those are all areas that have high IQ DI customers. And that gives us an opportunity to meet customers where they're at these events and have our employees from different departments on hand to talk about our programs and then also answer questions from the customers.
Ms. Rodriguez, are you familiar with the percentage of Spanish-speaking customers in the Black Hills service territory?
I am not.
Okay. And do you know how many of the employees that were present at the events that I highlighted or at any of the events listed on this list, how many of the the employees of Black Hills speak Spanish?
As we plan our outreach at different events, we attempt to have at least one Spanish-speaking employee at each of the events.
And is that do you usually accomplish that?
Usually, yes.
And it sounds like that's a high priority for you. Is that a high priority?
I would say so, yes.
Let's go to your response to, let's scroll up here, please, here. And this is a response, let's see. I'll ask this differently. So in discovery, staff asked you for copies of any written materials that are provided at these events, such as pamphlets, information sheets, any written materials. And in response, the company said that basically the company did not provide that documentation. And my question is there any such written material, such as pamphlets or other information sheets that was provided for customers at any of those events?
Generally, I'll say, on the table of information, we have information about our EV rebates, energy assistance programs, energy efficiency programs. So the person who is representing those different departments, they bring their pamphlets, brochures, flyers, whatever they have.
And would you agree that some of those materials, brochures, flyers, information, written materials, that some of that is directing or helping customers understand how to enroll or participate in a rate?
No, I
No?
mean, it's not to participate in a rate.
Didn't you just say that it was helpful for the BEAP program and for customers to enroll in did you say it was for the BEAP program, information was provided?
I didn't mention BEAP, but as an example, the electric vehicle program, if we have a flyer or a brochure on the table and somebody takes it, that doesn't mean they're going to buy a vehicle. It's information for customers to learn about the electric vehicle programs or electric vehicles in general.
Okay. I'm gonna go to a different area now, just a heads up here. In your testimony, you, I think you state that, is it Sister Crafton? Her testimony was confusing. Is that right? You say it's confusing?
Correct.
And you also explain how the company accommodates her, the customer service team accommodates her efforts to make payments on behalf of other customers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And would you agree with me that she is a key influential stakeholder for Black Hills?
I guess I'm struggling to know how would I measure her as an influential stakeholder. She's somebody we work with and she is a high priority.
And I'm just merely, I'm using the terminology that I asked you to review in your initial paragraph in response to UCA 4.1, where you mentioned you wanted to work, company wants to work with key influential stakeholders. And my question is whether you consider Ms. Crafton a key influential stakeholder.
No, I wouldn't consider her an influential stakeholder. I do consider her a high priority.
Okay, that's all the cross that I have. Thank you. And thank you thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. I appreciate it. That's all the cross that I have, Chairman Blank.
Thank you.
Chairman Blank, if I may just take a moment and suggest, I'm having a little bit of difficulty with Ms. Rodriguez's microphone. I'm wondering if we may have 3 minutes or so to get that swapped out.
Yeah, why don't we take a 7-minute break till 9:50, and then we'll resume with Ms. Concilia's cross of Ms. Rodriguez. Let's take a break till 9:50.
Julie, can you please test the new microphone?
Hi, Emmanuel, can you hear me?
Perfect. Thank you.
Much better, much better.
Okay. So just go ahead and.
Yep.
Let's just give Commissioner Plant a minute, Ms. Consilia.
Of course.
Sorry about that.
No worries, you're good. Ms. Consilia, you want to jump in?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Rodriguez. As you know, I'm Frances Consilia, and I represent the city, the county, and Pueblo Economic Development Corporation. How was your drive up to Denver this morning?
I've been here since yesterday. So.
Okay. And most of the Pueblo team has been driving up to Denver for this hearing?
Correct.
Yes. So are you carpooling or doing anything to control your carbon footprint?
Well, I came up yesterday, but I thought I was going to be on the stand yesterday, and I had to stay over. Everyone else went home yesterday.
Right. So I would like to pull up Exhibit 401, which is Sister Nancy's testimony. And in your rebuttal, Ms. Rodriguez, you found Sister Nancy's testimony confused. So you and I are going to go through it and see if we can understand what confused you. Are you confused about the description of the mission of Los Pobres on page 3?
Can you pull that up, please?
And Sister Nancy said, our mission is to provide several types of support to Eastern Colorado migrant workers and indigent citizens. This includes food, shelter, medical services, utility payments, education, and other needs. We are a nonprofit organized as a 501c3 under the Internal Revenue Code. Did that statement confuse you?
Objection, Your Honor. If I may jump in here, Ms. Rodriguez described what she found confusing with respect to Sister Crafton's testimony in her rebuttal testimony. I don't know that taking the time to read through every line of Ms. Crafton's testimony is appropriate.
Your Honor, she was not clear. She said numerous times she found it confusing. She made, Ms. Rodriguez made, in my opinion, a number of false statements. She's already told Ms. Mandel that she regards Sister Nancy as a high priority, not as a stakeholder. And so I think I'm entitled to go through Sister Nancy's testimony to see what she found confusing and why she regards her as a priority as opposed to a key stakeholder in the community.
Objection overruled. Ms. Rodriguez, if you could answer.
And Ms. Consilia, can you repeat your question?
Yes. You know that the mission of Los Pobres is to take care of and work with migrant low-income communities, workers and indigent citizens in Southern Colorado, don't you?
Looking at the Q&A there, yes.
Well, you've worked for the company since 2013, haven't you, Ms. Rodriguez?
Correct.
And you've dealt with Sister Nancy during most of that time, have you not?
Not directly.
Who has dealt with her then?
Our customer service team.
Okay. So you, in terms of your outreach to low income, disproportionately impact communities and Spanish-speaking communities, have not had contact with Sister Nancy in the last 13 years?
I have had contact with her on occasion, yes.
But not very often?
Not directly, not very often.
Now, Sister Nancy states in her testimony that currently Los Pobres is serving 900 families in Southern Colorado. Don't you think that should make her a key stakeholder for Black Hills to engage with?
And I don't see where she says she's serving 900, not in this, what you're showing me.
Well, look at page 2,
but
line 12. She says, we are serving 900 families in southern Colorado. I assume you read that statement when you prepared your rebuttal testimony, did you not?
I did.
Or
And
are you
yes,
confused about how many families Los Pobres serves?
I did not remember the number, the exact number.
But serving 900 families in southern Colorado, poor people, primarily Spanish people, speaking people, that's an important group of stakeholders, is it not?
Yes.
But you don't engage with her much. You leave it to the billing department. Is that your testimony?
When she comes to Black Hills, she works with the customer service team. They have access to
That was not my
bills.
question. My question was, you don't deal with her. She deals with the billing team, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. Ms. Rodriguez just stated she speaks to the customer service team. I'm not sure where Ms. Concilia is getting the fact or the argument that she deals with the billing team or billing department.
So, let me rephrase. So it's your understanding that Sister Nancy, whom, by the way, you refer to as Sister Crafton. Does anybody in Pueblo refer to Sister Nancy as Sister Crafton other than you, Ms. Rodriguez?
I refer to her as Sister Nancy.
Well, why in your testimony do you refer to her as Sister Crafton?
I may have wrote Sister Nancy Crafton.
Well, we'll get to that later. Did you write your testimony or did the lawyers write it for you?
I wrote it.
Okay. So any mistakes in it, you're going to own as we go through your testimony in a minute, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in the 13 years you've worked for Black Hills, have you ever sat down and had lunch with Sister Nancy?
I can't recall. 13 years is a long time, but not recently.
Now, Sister Nancy says on page 2 that she's aware of the control exerted. It's on the bottom of page 2, if we can get to that. I'm always aware of the control exerted by the corporate office on what decisions and accommodations are allowed. It's true that the corporate office decides what kind of accommodations will be granted to people facing disconnection notices, correct?
I would disagree. The customer service team works directly with customers on a local level.
But what discretion do the customer service teams have to make decisions as to whether or not to delay a cutoff or to change the amount of dollars the company is demanding?
They have that discretion.
Okay. So when
they
Sister Nancy,
set up payment arrangements
for the full amount, correct?
It could be for a full amount. It could be for a lesser amount. I don't know. I guess it would depend on the customer.
How many times has Black Hills agreed to accept a lower amount that is due from a customer in order to avoid a disconnect information?
I don't know if it's tracked, and I don't know what that information looks like.
Now, on page 5 of Sister Nancy's testimony, there is a table, and she stated under oath that in the past 10 years, she has paid $517,925 from her small 501c3 to Black Hills to avoid shutoffs for the poor people she works for. Do you have any reason to think that number's wrong?
I do not know if this information is correct. I'm going to assume it's her record keeping.
Well, when you got her answer testimony exhibit 401 on or about November 7th of this year, did you think these numbers were wrong and if so, conduct any research?
I did not.
Now, Sister Nancy says on page 6 When I call the number for assistance, I usually get an answering machine. Is that how the customer service section is set up, that these calls go to an answering machine?
If they are on other calls or they're meeting with customers, yes, a call would go to an answering machine.
Does Black Hills connect any data as to how many calls are answered by a person when a customer makes the call in the Pueblos in its service territory in southern Colorado?
I do not know.
Do you think that might be some good data to have in terms of quality of service that you give to your customers?
I think
Yes or no?
that's yes.
But you don't collect it. Black Hills doesn't collect it. Correct?
Not that I know of.
So now are you going to recommend to them they might be starting to collect it?
I can make a note and give that information to the appropriate person.
Now, in fact, Ms. Rodriguez, you know that numerous people in Pueblo complain that they cannot reach a customer service representative on the first call. Aren't you aware of that?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative question. Ask the witness to accept the examiner's summary instead of a fact.
Overruled.
You have to answer it, Ms. Rodriguez.
Can you please repeat that question?
You're aware that there are numerous complaints in the service territory of Black Hills, specifically Pueblo, that people get an answering machine as opposed to a live person to talk about to, aren't you?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Now, Sister Nancy says on page 6 that corporate rules insist on payment before making an adjustment to the bill. And you're saying she's wrong about that?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not the service representatives have told her that?
I don't know.
Once you read her answer testimony last month, did you think you should make inquiry to determine whether or not that was an accurate statement?
I did ask our customer service team about their interactions with Sister Nancy, and they were surprised that she said she cannot reach them. And two of the gentlemen actually said to me, well, she has our personal phone numbers. She can reach us anytime.
Now, Sister Nancy says that the difference between Excel and Black Hills, and we're on page 8 again, is like night and day. Do you have any, is she confused when she makes that statement?
I do not know. I can't comment on her experience with Excel Energy.
Now, it's true, is it not, that social services can remove children from their homes if there's no electricity or water?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of this witness's testimony.
It was in Sister Nancy's answer testimony.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to renew my objection to going through every line of Sister Nancy's testimony. Ms. Rodriguez testified to, I believe it was 1 or 2 issues addressing Sister Nancy's testimony, and we're already on page 6 of 8. This is inappropriate cross.
Overruled. Why don't you repeat your question, Ms. Concelia?
Could the court reporter read it back, please?
Is it true that social services can remove children from their homes if there is no electricity or water?
I don't know an answer to that. I don't work for social services.
So in your position, and tell me again what your current title is, Ms. Rodriguez?
Senior Public Affairs Program Manager.
So in your position as senior public affairs manager, you don't find it necessary to determine what the effect of the termination or disconnection of electricity is for customers in Southern Colorado and the things that can happen to people who have their electricity turned off?
I'm struggling to connect that with the social services question or the removal of children question.
If there's
As
no
I said, I
electricity,
don't work for human services.
if there's no electricity, social services can take a child out of the house because they're going to determine they're in a neglectful situation. Can you agree with me on that? Or you don't know?
I don't know.
You've never found it important to determine what the effect on poor people is when your company disconnects electricity. Is that your testimony, Ms. Rodriguez?
Your Honor, once again, I'm going to object. Ms. Concilia is asking a number of legal opinions or legal conclusions and then asking what the impact of those legal conclusions are. This witness already expressed she has no knowledge. The role that Ms. Concilia is trying to dig into is not within her role. Objection.
Ms. Concilia.
Right, these are human impacts that anyone working for an electric company who's engaged in outreach should try and be aware of so that they know what the impact is on a person whose electricity is cut off, so they can take that into account before they pull the plug. And I'm stunned that Ms. Rodriguez has worked for this company for 13 years, claims to have no knowledge. She doesn't have any knowledge. I just want a clear record.
Objections overruled.
Can you answer the question?
Please repeat the question again.
Can you read it back?
You've never found it important to determine what the effect on poor people is when your company disconnects electricity. Is that your testimony?
I do not feel comfortable answering a question around removing children from homes.
Okay. Let's look now at your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 124. On the bottom of page 13, you state Sister Crafton often drops off her checks for her clients without a clear explanation of the account the check should be credited to, and the customer. Okay, let's just stop there. How many times has that occurred?
I did not ask how many times when I asked the customer service team or when I talked to the customer service team. This is just information they relayed to me.
You didn't think it was important to ask them if this was a frequent occurrence or an infrequent occurrence before you put it in your testimony?
I gathered it was a frequent occurrence. I just did not ask how many times.
Now, the checks that Sister Nancy drops off are from Los Pobres, which is the not-for-profit, correct? They're written on her account, that account?
I do not know if they're written on her account or if they're written by the customer. I don't see the checks.
Well, assuming that they are written on the account of Los Pobres, it would be an easy thing for the customer service representatives to call her, wouldn't it?
And they do, yes.
So this really, the fact that sometimes the account number might not be clear, this is not a problem for Black Hills in terms of applying the payment properly, is it?
No.
So why'd you put it in your testimony, your rebuttal testimony?
I wrote it in my rebuttal testimony to show that she is a high priority. We immediately attempt to get in contact with her so we can help the customer.
So you see in that line there, 16, you refer to her as Sister Crafton. Why did you refer to her as Sister Crafton if you really call her Sister Nancy?
Because Sister Crafton sounds more formal when I was writing this.
I thought it sounded a little dismissive, but that's how people can disagree. Now, it's true, is it not, that the service office or administrative office on Victoria has been locked for what, since 2019?
Since COVID, yes.
And so it's not possible to get in there, correct? Without an appointment.
That is correct.
I'm going to ask to call up Exhibit 4112 out of my exhibit box. These photographs, and if we can scroll through them. I think there should be more than one, okay.
There are, let me know if you need me to go.
Why don't you
slower or
stop
faster.
right here? This is a photograph. It was taken about a year ago in 2023 of the front entrance to the service center. You see all the cobwebs and dirt up on the ceiling?
Yes.
Can you go through the next one, please? Let's stop here. Administrative Office 3. You see all that filth, cobwebs, dirt right next to the drop-off box?
Yes.
Let's go to the next one. Now, can you agree with me, if we look at this photograph, that it would have taken months for these cobwebs and this dirt to have accumulated here on the front next to the payment drop-off box, correct?
Yeah, I don't know how long it would have taken.
Do you not go through the front door into the administrative offices or the service center? You go through the back door?
It just really depends. Sometimes the front door, sometimes the side door, sometimes the back door. But I don't believe, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you. After these photographs were taken approximately a year ago, there was, and posted on Nextdoor, there was a huge amount of public outcry, was there not?
I don't follow Nextdoor, so I do not know.
But after the photos were posted, Black Hills began cleaning up the front door, correct?
I don't know when that occurred. No, I don't.
Can we go to the next one? And then scroll through to the next one. I'm looking for the service box, the payment box drop off. So the spider webs and cobwebs, these are right next to where the payment drop box is, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and let's look at the next one. So this photograph shows where customers who maybe don't have an Apple or Venmo or PayPal account have to drop off their checks, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I move the admission of Exhibit 4112, which is a series of photos we've gone through.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Let's talk about, were you involved in the reformatting or redesign of the bill?
I was not.
You've heard the community complain about the bill formatting at the various public comment sections, have you not?
I have.
And did you look at the bill and determine as to whether or not you had an opinion as to whether or not it was confusing?
I do not believe it's confusing, but I'm also familiar with the components of the bill.
Now, some years ago, Black Hills used customer money to acquire thousands of smart meters for customer usage, did they not?
I do not know.
So you were
anything
never
about that.
involved since 2013 in educating customers about how to use the meters?
Smart meters? No, I haven't been a part of that process.
Okay. Let's talk about the surveys and customer satisfaction on page 5 and 6 of Exhibit 124. Now, let me paraphrase, and it's my understanding that what you're saying here is that the customer service evaluation process that Black Hills has developed has not captured the kind of outrage and the complaints that we heard at the public comments hearing on October 29th and 30th in Pueblo and in the public comments that have been filed in this case. Is that a fair summary of what you're saying about?
Yes.
So don't you think that disconnect means that the service evaluation forms or the surveys that you've developed are not properly developed?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Well, let me rephrase it. Don't you think a well-developed survey would capture customers' concerns, outrage, complaints about Black Hills?
Yes.
But your survey or Black Hills survey has not captured those types of comments, correct?
I think they can capture customer comments or sentiments if the customer is expressing those.
So why do you think the surveys that you presented in your direct testimony indicate that you've got a high customer satisfaction rate when you and I and others heard that customers are very upset about Black Hills?
And can you go to page 7 of my rebuttal testimony related to the surveys?
Yes, I think
so. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
When this graph was developed, those results were of mid-October, and I don't know, what those results look like now after the public comment periods in Pueblo and Canyon City.
But this survey indicates that Black Hills gets high rates from this survey, correct?
Correct.
But in the 10+ years that you worked for Black Hills, you know that there's a lot of complaint in the community about Black Hills, don't you?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
I just think that's asking about her knowledge, Your Honor. I don't see how it's argumentative. He may not like the answer.
Go ahead. If you can answer the question, Ms. Rodriguez, that'd be great.
Ms. Consiglio, will you please answer, or please repeat the question?
Could you read it to her?
But in the 10+ years that you've worked for Black Hills, you know that there is a lot of complaint in the community about Black Hills, don't you?
I think at different, in different time spans, we've heard more, like right now with the, this proceeding. I don't think that's always been the case.
So let's talk about the economic situation of Pueblo. You've lived there for a long time, have you not?
I grew up there, was gone for many years, and then returned back 12 years ago or so.
Do you think that Black Hills electric rates are affordable in the community, Ms. Rodriguez?
I think affordability questions are probably better answered by Mr. Harrington. I've lived other places where my electricity bill has been much higher than in Pueblo.
But Mr. Harrington doesn't live in Pueblo, does he?
He does not.
And you've lived there for at least, you've been there the last 10 years, but you don't want to tell the commissioners whether or not you think the Black Hills current electric rates are affordable or not for the community?
I think affordability depends on the person. I look at my bill and yes, it's affordable.
Okay. Can you call up Exhibit 419 out of my exhibit box? I think both Black Hills and other parties have referred to this Bureau of Economic Analysis put forth by the U.S. Department of Commerce. So I want to walk you through some of these figures here. You see that Pueblo ranks in the bottom quartile of 64 counties with its per capita personal income. Do you see that? It's to the right. It says Pueblo is one of 64. Can you move up? It says Pueblo is one of 64 counties in Colorado. It had a per capita personal income of 47th in the state, which was 62.3% of the state average. You see that?
Yes.
So it's true, is it not, that what is affordable in Denver is not going to be affordable in Pueblo because the per capita income in Pueblo is so much lower.
Per your information.
Your Honor, object to the question. Beyond the scope of this witness's testimony, there are other witnesses that may have been better able to answer these questions, but Ms. Rodriguez's testimony focuses on a number of issues not dealing with income levels and per capita income.
Ms. Consiglio.
Your Honor, I think Ms. Rodriguez is the only witness this company has presented who has lived in Pueblo and lived there for 10 years. And if she can't opine or testify as to affordability, then they don't have any witness who can opine or testify as to affordability.
Overruled. If you could answer the question, Ms. Rodriguez.
Based on what I'm seeing here, Ms. Consilia, I'm sorry to ask you to repeat it. I just want to make sure I answered correctly.
No problem. And could you read it back to her, please?
So it's true that what is affordable in Denver is not affordable in Pueblo because the per capita income is so much lower.
Based on the information you're presenting me, yes, I would agree with that.
And if we go to the next page, one data point that is captured in these bare facts is something called personal current transfer receipts, which I will represent to you as another measure of poverty because it measures the amount of income that comes from fixed payments such as Social Security or disability payments. Do you see that Pueblo has a very high rate of personal current transfer receipts? If we can go down to the next set of circles. 2022, there's 32.9% compared to 13.9% in Colorado. So if that is a measure of poverty in a community, Pueblo's got a much higher rate than Colorado. Can you agree with that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Ms. Consilia is now testifying to what that term means. I didn't write it down, and I don't even know what it means. Again, this goes beyond this witness's testimony.
Ms. Consilia.
Well, I'm stunned that Mr. Kosian doesn't know what personal current transfer receipts mean if he is concerned about affordability in the community, because it's a metric that's used consistently. Well, let me do this. Let me move for the admission of Exhibit 419, because I think it speaks for itself.
Any objection, Mr. Kosian?
Your Honor, I haven't reviewed this exhibit. I haven't seen it before. It popped up just now. I would object.
Your Honor, I've referenced it in some of our filings and some of our answer testimony. So if he didn't read it in the footnotes, that's a problem. But there's no question as to the validity of this exhibit. And I think it's demonstrative of what's going on in the community.
I'll allow it, and the commission can attach the weight on it, which it deserves.
Okay. I'm getting close to the bewitching hour. I would hope that the chairman would give me a little bit of leeway because I have waived a number of witnesses and I've got maybe 7 minutes more, Your Honor.
Yep, you can keep going.
All
Ms.
right.
Consilia, before you move on, just Exhibit 419, I'll need a header before it can be moved into the record.
Oh, I apologize. My mistake. I will take care of that. Thank you. I'm going to pull up Exhibit 420, please, or I'm asking the staff to pull up Exhibit 420, and it probably doesn't have a header on it either, so I will replace that in a few minutes. But if you can pick up 420 right now. These are the bare facts for Crowley County, Ms. Rodriguez, and Crowley County or parts of it are within the service territory of Black Hills. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And do you do any outreach or public engagement or with the customers in Crowley?
We do outreach with customers in that Arkansas Valley area, which would include Crowley.
And are you aware that Crowley is the last? It's 64 out of 64 counties in per capita personal income.
I was not aware of that.
So when you do outreach to customers, you don't try to familiarize yourself with the economic condition of the communities in which Black Hills is providing electric service?
So for this particular part of our service territory, my counterpart works with communities in the Arkansas Valley.
I would move the admission of Exhibit 420 and I will replace it with a properly headed document.
Objection, Mr. Kosian.
Same objection as before, Your Honor.
I'd admit it. The objections overruled, I'd admit it. And again, the commission can attach the weight on it, which it deserves, based on the record evidence and Mr. Koshin's objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I have Exhibit 418. You could pull that up. That was the economic profile for El Paso, which was discussed by numerous witnesses, Ms. Thomas and others yesterday. I will put the proper header on it, and I would ask for the admission of Exhibit 418. And again, the commission can give what weight to it thinks is appropriate.
Mr. Koshin.
Same objection, Chairman Blank. It's another exhibit. Probably would have been great to speak to Ms. Carroll about it and introduce it at that time, but renew the objection that we previously.
So admitted, again, subject to the objection and the fact that the commission can put the weight on it, which it is entitled.
Ms. Rodriguez, are you aware that the city of Pueblo last year paid $2.715 million in electric bills to Black Hills?
I'm not aware of the amount, no.
You don't think it's part of your responsibility to educate yourself as to what the public entities pay to Black Hills for electric service?
If it comes up in discussion, yes, I will research that, but it's not something I do in my everyday course of work.
And so I'm assuming you also are not aware that the county paid an additional $1.595 million in 2023 to Black Hills for its electric service.
I'm not aware
Your Honor,
of
I'm
that.
going to object. Assuming facts not in evidence, Ms. Concilia had the opportunity to introduce facts through the filing of answer testimony. This witness has already indicated that this is not part of the scope of her title in her position. So I'm going to object to the questions.
I'm not going to ask any more questions about it. I just wanted to establish her lack of knowledge or her knowledge.
Overruled. If you can answer about your awareness, Ms. Rodriguez, that'd be great.
I'm not aware of what the city of Pueblo or the Pueblo County paid Black Hills last year.
Okay. Now, you are aware in the last month that there's been a huge dispute about the city of Pueblo's budget and the fact that they are cutting essentially 25% from the not-for-profits that the city has in the past supported, are you not?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And if we can pull up Exhibit 423. And once again, I didn't put the proper header on. I apologize. When I'm working late at night, I put just the title on. I was so proud of myself. So I'll substitute that with the proper. So I will represent to you that this comes from the recent budget. It's a page that the city adopted, and ask you a few questions about Exhibit 423, Ms. Rodriguez. So the Chamber of Commerce in 2024 got $975,000. They were cut by $225,000. You see that?
I do see that.
And their electric bills are also going to go up, correct? If this rate of case is approved.
I don't know what their bills are now or how they would go up based on the rate case. I don't know that.
Okay, well, let's look at Sangre de Cristo Arts Center. They're getting a reduction of $200,000 when they in the past had gotten $300,000. Their electric bills, if this rate case is approved, will go up, will they not?
And pending the outcome of the rate case, again, I don't know what their bills will look like.
Okay, so my point is, Ms. Rodriguez, that with facing budget cuts for most of these not-for-profits or assistance groups of over $1 million and higher electric rates, it's going to be very hard for these entities to continue to provide services. Isn't that true?
I cannot speculate on what their budgets are, what their financial health is of these organizations.
I would move the admission of Exhibit 423, Your Honor.
Mr. Koshin.
Your Honor, again, I would object. This exhibit, Ms. Concealia had the opportunity to introduce evidence with answer testimony. It sounded like she put the exhibit together. She had other witnesses. She could have brought it in in terms of cross-examination. This isn't the appropriate witness, and I would object to its admission.
Ms. Concealia.
I could respond. This information was not available when our answer testimony was due. It was, this is one page. I haven't prepared it. It's one page taken out of the budget because I thought it would be onerous to put the full budget in. And this is what the community has been discussing and having angst over in the last several weeks. Now, I think it's appropriate to introduce it so that the commissioners can give it what weight it wants to as to the effect that increased electric rates are going to have on not-for-profits that are already getting less money from the city. It all goes to affordability, which I understand Black Hills may not care about, but the communities I represent care about that.
Chairman Blank, if I may, I think the appropriate objection is just foundation objection. There's lack of knowledge from this witness, authentication, the whole series of foundation objections apply to this document. So again, just renewing my objection.
I guess, Ms. Dundas, are you out there on this one? Closer to sustaining the objection, especially how this document is styled. There's no heading at the, you can't see that it's from the city and county. I'd closer to sustaining the objection on this one. Are you out
Your
there,
Honor,
Ms. Dundas?
if I could make an offer, I can submit the full budget to the commission and
or at least the title page.
Of course, yes.
And I don't think, as it's currently postured, there is sufficient foundation to admit this at this time. And if Ms. Dundas, you out there?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I agree with you on the foundational issues. It's not clear where this document came from. If this is a publicly available budget from, I imagine, the city or county of Pueblo, then that's something that could be referred to other ways through SOPs and through testimony. But my concern is also that there's not, if this isn't publicly available, there's really no witness here to cross on the information in this document.
Yeah, I'm gonna sustain the objection, and perhaps you can refer to it in your SOP, Ms. Concealia, on this one.
Well, my problem is this. I know this is part of the budget. I didn't manipulate this. I can submit later the full document, which I thought was just going to burden the record. It's been written about in the newspaper. Ms. Rodriguez knows that these numbers have been disputed in the last 3 or 4 weeks. I don't want to get an objection from the company that it is not something that the commissioners can rely on or reference because it wasn't introduced in this proceeding. If Ms. Dundas thinks I can get it in as administrative notice, but I would like an opportunity to get this information into the record in this proceeding. And what I'm asking for is the ability to submit the budget with the page as Exhibit 423 or 422A.
I guess, I don't know, any advice, Ms. Dundas? I think if the exhibit was, properly presented with a title page and clearly identifiable, do you want to just try and, have, Ms. Consiglio presented as a preliminary matter, first thing on Monday or later tonight, or should we offer it as redirect from Mr. Shaw?
Yeah, Chair, I agree that at minimum, the document must be clear as to what we're looking at. I'm also not seeing, I understand Ms. Consiglio's desire to have this information in the record, but I'm not quite seeing the connection to her cross at the moment. So let's have Ms. Consiglio upload through Box and provide to the parties the document with the clear authentication, and then we can discuss whether it's appropriate to add to the record when Mr. Shaw is on the stand and there's somebody who can discuss the contents of it from Pueblo.
Thank you so much. And I
All
have
right.
just about 3 more questions and I will be finished. And so we can take this document down.
So to be clear for the record, this document has not been admitted at this time.
Correct.
Yeah, for now, the objection sustained.
Ms. Rodriguez, did you listen to the testimony of Ms. Johnson earlier this week?
Yes, most of it.
And she testified, among other things, that the company and its expense adjustment in this case was taking out of its revenue request about $728,000 for travel, lodging, board of directors compensations, publicity, gift expenses, and airplane expenses. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. Now, before 2023 and the passing of the bill, Black Hills was charging customers for the expenses of, for example, the corporate jet, were they not?
I don't know that information.
Let me go back to ask you a couple of follow-up questions about Sister Nancy. It sounds like you really don't know her very well. Do you?
I've met her on a handful of occasions over the years.
Are you embarrassed in any way that Black Hills has taken from her small not-for-profit $571,000 over the last 10 years to pay for customers' electric bills that were facing shutoff?
Objection, Your Honor. Assuming facts not in evidence, argumentative.
I don't think it's argumentative, and the $571,000 is included in Sister Nancy's table. It's the total amount.
Overall. Ms. Rodriguez, can you answer?
I don't know if that number is correct. I did see it in Sister Nancy's table. And in terms of embarrassed, I can't comment on that. I'm not embarrassed because I don't know what exactly I'd be embarrassed about.
Well, a federal judge friend of mine says to have a sense of shame, you must first have a sense of right and wrong. Do you have a sense of right and wrong, Ms. Rodriguez?
Objection, Your Honor.
And that's a little too provocative for me. If you can rephrase, objection sustained.
No, I will tell Judge Kane that his question is provocative, his comment, but I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Consiglio. City, well, let me see, maybe we'll take a 10-minute break and come back at 10:55 with the city, Mr. Detman.
Thank you.
10:55. I don't know if Mr. Koshin's there.
I am, Chairman Glenn. Thank you.
Mr. Dittman, you're up. I got 30 minutes for you, sir.
All right, thank you, Chair. So good morning, Ms. Rodriguez. My name is Brandon Dittman. I'm an attorney that represents the city of Canyon City and the city of Florence. We have not met, so it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Dittman.
So I want to begin by following up on some of the questions I asked Mr. Harrington and Mr. Wolf earlier in this proceeding. Were you there for either of those examinations?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and so all these questions are about Black Hills team addressing the needs of disproportionately impacted and income qualified communities, which I'm going to collectively refer as the DI team. Are you familiar with the testimony from Mr. Harrington, Mr. Wolf, and yourself filed on the DI team in this case?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and is it correct in my understanding, based on the representations of Mr. Wolf and Mr. Harrington, that you are the leader of the DI team in Colorado?
That is not correct.
So who is the leader of the DI team?
There is a woman, Natalie Falbo, and her position is Energy Assistance Program Manager.
Okay, and so what is your role with the DI team then?
The DI team was started around this time last year, so fall of 2023. And previous to being assigned that position, Ms. Falbo had another position that was called Customer Experience Program Manager. And we found that she was spending most of her time starting to work with human service agencies. And so there was I'll call it a movement to put the DIIQ outreach under her. My role has been to introduce her to a number of the organizations and agencies we work with that I had relationships with, and help her make those connections so she can start at the time, so she could start really starting to make that position robust.
Okay, so does she report to you? Is she under you? I'm just trying to understand the structure here.
No, we're peers.
Okay. And so do you have any, other than just making these kind of casual connections, do you have any role on the DI team?
I do not.
Okay, that's helpful in understanding some of the testimony here. It sounds like, based on what you're telling me, that the DI team is not like a bunch of new hires. It's more like a reorganization of existing personnel. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it seems like, also based on some earlier testimony, that the DI team has some overlap with the public affairs or governmental affairs team. Is that right?
Yes, we work, and I have a counterpart. We work very closely with Ms. Falbo, and then also the Energy Efficiency Coordinator.
And so, for example, it was testified earlier that Mr. Vigil is a part of the DI team. Is that correct?
That's correct. So he is my counterpart, but he's also worked very closely with the Energy Assistance team.
Okay, and so just because you're on the DI team doesn't mean that's your sole responsibility. You could be in other departments. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Does the DI team, anyone but Ms. Falbo or anyone else, do they have specialized training in DI issues to help with their jobs?
I'm not aware of any specialized training. I know they do analysis, or are doing analysis on who our customers are and issues. In terms of working with agencies, they're spending quite a bit of time talking to the human service agencies about the customers the agencies serve, and then also because those are most likely our customers as well. But I do think, I would say that the team is still pretty new, and they're trying to really flush out what does that position look like.
Okay, so to your knowledge, I didn't take a course or have a specialized degree or anything that would, give them
Not to my
extra
knowledge.
Okay, that's
Not to
helpful
my-
understanding as well. So another question that Mr. Harrington referred to you was I had asked him about a piece of his testimony. I don't think we need to pull it up, but I think you may understand the concept, where he refers to targeted solutions to reduce energy burden for customers that the DI team is working on. Do you know what these targeted solutions may be that the DI team is working on?
I would say that's probably the research they're doing and those relationships that they are establishing with human service agencies across the service territory.
But they're, to your knowledge, are not recommending to the company, here are some solutions to the DI issues in our service territory. There's right now it's more of a research phase. Would that be accurate to say?
I do not know what those recommendations are right now.
Okay, so you're not aware of any specific targeted solutions that are currently being employed by the DI team?
I'm not aware.
Thank you. Another question I was asking Mr. Harrington, Mr. Wolf, that also referred to you. I had asked them whether the DI team has been involved in educating customers about the rate proceeding, either prior to it being filed or during the course of this proceeding. Do you know if the DI team's been involved in that?
The DI team has, so we were not obviously talking about the rate review before it was filed, but when it was filed, we started to have meetings with these agencies, talking to them about the information we had in terms of our filing, and I created talking points based off of our media release. And then when we had our rebuttal filing, we've done the same.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just, go ahead, sorry.
No, I don't mean to interrupt, I'm sorry. So when you say these agencies, like who are you speaking about?
Off the top of my head, in Pueblo, Catholic Charities, Posada, United Way, out in Canyon City, Loaves and Fishes, out in the Arkansas Valley area, Tri-County Services. Gosh, there's more, I'm sure. Who else have we talked to? I'm thinking of this meeting that our energy assistance program manager pulled together in October, and we had about 26 agencies that came to meet with us. And we were able to talk about, at that time, it was the initial filing from June. And we told them, we'll come back to you with more information, but it also gave us an opportunity to talk about our programs, hear any feedback they had. And then also, interesting enough, it created somewhat of a networking group. And the organizations have said that they will continue to meet. They've asked if we would help, set those meetings up. So I think it's been helpful to be able to pool these folks together in a larger room, but then yet we're still having those individual conversations with the agencies and their program managers, their executive directors, that sort of thing.
So it sounds like you're just meeting people at the agency level, not at the customer level, either you or the DI team, to explain.
Oh, we do.
Proceeding.
We do both. We've been so far for the 2024 year, we've had 24 outreach events that we participated in, that either we were invited or we helped sponsor. And so that's
given
us.
Interrupt Ms. Rodriguez, but those outreach events that we talked about earlier, those weren't specifically for the purposes of discussing the rate proceeding, were they?
Not specifically.
Okay, thank you. Was the DI team consulted or yourself consulted in the notice that was put out as required by the Public Utilities Law in this case, or the corrected notice, either one?
No, That's a regulatory function.
And was the DI team or anyone with an expertise in DI communities have a role in advising the company on the affordability ask of the rate proceeding? Do you know that?
I'm not aware. I don't know that answer.
Is the DI team going to be involved in the education plan the company is proposing?
Yes.
And concerning the education plan specifically, one aspect of that we've identified in our testimony is needing is a education on the proposed change in residential rate design. Is that a component of the education plan that you're proposing?
Yes, it is.
And with a concern to DI and IQ customers specifically, do you think that these customers might find it confusing that due to the changes in rate design, the highest residential rate increases will be felt by the lowest users of electricity?
Mr. Dittman, can you repeat that question?
Yeah, of course. So I'll break it down a little bit. So as established in the testimony of Mr. Erens, but in the case overall, I'm happy to provide an exhibit if you'd like to look at it. The highest percentage of rate increases that are being proposed in this case will be felt by the lowest users of electricity. So if you use less, your rate goes up more versus if you use more, your rate will be changed less if these rate increases go into effect. Are you familiar with that concept as a part of this rate case?
I'm not.
Okay.
That's probably a better question for Mr. Erens.
Well, can we pull up hearing exhibit 125, attachment DSA 9, please?
Can you remind me? Oh, that's Mr. Erens' exhibit?
Yeah, Mr. Erens.
Okay. DSA. So he's got a handful of DSA 5s.
Nine,
5
sorry.
DSA 9?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So are you familiar with this exhibit that's filed in the case?
I am not.
Would you agree with me if I represented to you that this shows customer bill impacts, as provided by Mr. Erens in this case?
Yes, I'd agree with that.
Okay, well, do you see in the upper left-hand corner where it says customer bill impacts, residential low usage? Do you see that?
You said the left?
Upper left-hand
Yes.
corner? Yeah. Okay.
I see that.
And then do you see the percentage of increase at the bottom in line 23? Do you see that number there?
16%.
Yes, that's right. And so can we scroll down to the next page, please? And so I'm going to represent to you that this is the average or the mid-case scenario for customers at 500 kilowatt hours. Would you agree with that assessment?
And what line am I looking at here?
Specifically the upper left-hand corner, but just, what this is, the purpose of this is to show what the mid-case scenario is and the different bill impacts. Would you agree with that generally?
Yes.
And can you tell me what the increase number is in line 45?
13.8.
Thank you. Can we turn to the next page, please? Can you identify for me what this says in the upper left-hand corner in terms of what this is showing?
Customer bill impacts residential high usage. Is that?
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Yes.
And can you identify for me in line 67 what the percentage of increase is that this exhibit shows?
9%.
Thank you. So, based on what you just read, would it be fair to say that if you use less energy under the company's proposed rate increase, your bill increase will be higher versus if you use more energy, your bill increase will be less? Is that fair based on these three exhibits?
Based on these 3 exhibits, yes.
Okay, thank you. We can pull these down now. So, as your role as a communications representative for the company and your involvement in the DI, team to an extent, do you think this concept of, your bills will go up more if you use less energy, would that be confusing to DI and IQ customers?
I would say yes.
Thank you.
And that's definitely where, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Thank you. So we're going to turn to a different topic now. Earlier today, just a little bit ago, actually, you were talking to Ms. Concelia about the customer center contact interaction surveys. Do you remember that discussion?
I do.
And so as part of that discussion, on page 7 of your rebuttal, which is exhibit 124, you can pull it up if you want to help Ms. Rodriguez. There we go. There's this chart, JCR1R. Do you remember talking about that chart?
I do.
And is it accurate that this chart refers not just to the customer response surveys for the electric utility, but also Black Hills gas utilities? Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know, is it true that the company's electric and gas service territories do not always overlap?
That is not true. There is a portion of our service territory in the Arkansas Valley area. I think there's 9 or 10 communities where gas and electric overlap.
Understood. But are there other areas in the state where you serve gas but not electric? Is that true?
Where we serve gas,
but not electric.
But not, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So is it fair to say that this survey may capture results from people who are not in the electric service territory? Would that be accurate to say?
That's correct.
Okay, I think we can take this. One more question, actually. Do you know what the split is between gas and electric customers and that are captured in these surveys?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for this chart. You can take it down. Okay, I want to turn to a different topic now. Earlier, a little bit ago, you were speaking with Ms. Mandel about the BHEAP program. Do you remember that discussion?
I do.
And did I hear you correctly when you testified that clearing out the BHEAP program wait list is a high priority for you personally? Is that correct?
I would say personally and for the company.
Okay, and so as part of your role and your personal feelings on this, are you or your team or the DI team, is anyone advocating within the company that this should be a priority for the company at large?
I can't speak for the DI team, but yes, I've mentioned that it would be very helpful to clear that wait list.
And who have you made those recommendations to?
Our vice president, Mr. Hawkins. I think I've talked about this with the DI team. Probably just those 2.
And have you recommended or advocated for specific strategies to clear out the BHEAP wait list?
No.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Sorry.
So, Ms. Rodriguez, I want to turn to another topic, and this is going to become my last line of questioning, I think. As part of your role at the company, do you interface and are responsible for the relationships with the local governments within the service territory?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. And did you read any of the approximately 700 written comments made in this proceeding or attending the public comment hearings by chance?
I read the written comments, and I did watch virtually the public comment hearings.
Did you read all the comments and attend all of the public comment hearings? If you did, that's commendable, given how many there are.
Yeah, there were, at least when I was reading, there were well over 700.
All right, thank you. And so I assume that you're aware, based on the testimony in this case, the answer testimony, the comments filed, that there's been a significant amount of discussion in this case about the tone and tenor of the parties, customers, and elected officials. I'm very familiar with that discussion.
I am, yes.
And do you think that the company has any responsibility to improve these relationships?
Definitely.
And what are you doing to do that?
So in my role, and with my counterpart, we meet with elected officials very regularly. We talk to them about, in this case lately, it's been the filing that happened in June and then the rebuttal testimony in November. We ask them if they have any issues service-wise. Do they need anything from us? And we have those conversations quite frequently.
And have the conversations you've had, I'm assuming with my clients, with the City of Pueblo, the County of Pueblo, have there been concerns expressed as to the filing and the service levels?
The City of Pueblo has not met with us in a few months, at least around this issue. And Canyon City, we were struggling to get in front of the City Council.
And so who have you met with?
Of late?
If you haven't met with the City of Pueblo or the City of Canyon City, I mean, what discussions have occurred about the rate case and the concerns?
Well, we've tried to meet with them. We did have conversations right after the June filing. We were meeting pretty consistently with the county commissioners, city council members. It's just been in probably the last month or so where they said that they could not meet with us. They needed to hold off on meetings.
And so in those discussions you did have, did the commissioners or the city council members, or if you met with the town board of trustees, did they express concerns about this case and specifically affordability?
Yes. And we also gave presentations about the rate review and the process.
And what was your response or the company's response in reaction to the concerns over affordability?
And we did tell them this is a process. It was an opportunity for their citizens to get involved, to participate in the public hearings, to write a comment. And we assured them, we will continue to have these conversations with you. But it was definitely letting them know this is a process and they should participate.
And so is it fair to say that if, the response was, if you're unhappy, participate in the process, that was kind of the message?
That they should participate in this process.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dittman.
Thank you both. I have UCA with 30 minutes plus a little extra time from prior waiver. So, and I got a hard stop at noon, Mr. Dixon.
I'm going to try and meet that hard stop. First of all, good morning, Ms. Rodriguez, still morning, and my name is Tom Dixon. I'm an attorney, and I represent the Utility Consumer Advocate.
Hi, Mr. Dixon.
I want to ask you some preliminary questions regarding your Appendix A and some of your comments about what you're doing. How long have you held the position Senior Community Affairs Program Manager?
In January, it'll be 12 years.
And did that position change from when you started it 12 years ago to what it is now in terms of the job description, so to speak?
Yes and no. When I started this position, I did not have a counterpart. And I was working on both the gas and the electric sides of our business. And then gas moved to a different person, and we hired my counterpart. And so he and I try and split our duties, or at least split the territory, I should say.
And how did you obtain this position? Did you apply for it or were you promoted to it? Whatever mechanism.
I applied for this position.
And was there a job description at the time that you referred to?
12 years ago, yes.
Okay. Has that job description changed in the 12 years?
Yes. The way I described it, initially I was hired as a community affairs person who handled both gas and the electric territory. And as the areas grew, they brought on someone else who could handle gas. And then again, my counterpart was brought on about 6 years ago, and he and I work in the electric territory.
Did you have an outreach program, or not you? Did the company have an outreach program beginning when you first started 12 years ago?
Not to speak of.
And did you participate in the 2016 electric rate case that Black Hills brought? It was a docket number, I think I'm struggling, 24AL-0275E. Did you participate in that proceeding?
I don't know the docket number, but yes, I was employed with the company at that time.
And you didn't testify in that proceeding, as I recall.
I did not.
Did you help prepare testimony in that proceeding?
I don't recall.
Do you know if outreach was raised in the outreach and engagement activity that you're now involved in? Was that included as that part of that rate case?
I don't recall if that was an outcome.
Okay. There are about 250 comments I'll represent to you in that case, public comments, about a third of what we're seeing now. Did you happen to review those back then? And I'm not going to ask you to tell me what they said, just whether you did.
I don't recall.
Okay. As a company, how many people work for you, or actually you report to you as employees?
0.
Who do you report to?
I report to James Williams. He's a regional public affairs manager.
In your position, are you ever offered incentive compensation or similar bonuses, stock options? Is that available to you in your position?
Your Honor, I'm going to object beyond the scope of this witness's testimony.
Your Honor, I'm looking at how much the company values what she does and whether they give her an incentive to do her job.
Overruled.
Mr. Dixon.
I can repeat the question.
Thank you.
Do you receive any incentives such as stock options or cash bonuses based on the work you do in your position?
Yes.
And can you describe just generally what they are?
Objection. When I guess trying to get a better understanding, I don't think it's appropriate or fair for Ms. Rodriguez to be asked about the stock options in terms of specific amounts. And
I'm not asking amounts, Mr. Koshin. I'm only asking conceptually what are the nature of the incentives she receives, and maybe make this clear, over and above raises you might receive in your base salary.
Overruled.
I believe stock options are available, and then I am eligible for a bonus each year, depending on how the company performs, how the business unit I work with performs.
Now, is your performance in your position evaluated by your supervisor?
It is, yes.
Do you have a periodic review, for example?
We have, I believe it's 4 check-ins a year, and then also a review.
And do you establish, perhaps in the beginning of the year, goals and objectives to implement the outreach programs you're talking about in your testimony?
We have corporate-wide goals from the Public Affairs Department, and then also we have business unit goals as well. Yes.
Do you prepare for yourself as part of the evaluation process your own personal performance goals in doing your job?
Yes.
And how is your performance measured? What metrics does the company use to determine that you have been successful or entitled to stock options or bonuses?
Chairman Blank, if I might object, again, beyond the scope of this witness's testimony, Mr. Harrington was the witness that testified as to compensation in his testimony and the compensation structure of the company.
Your Honor, once again, I'm not asking for numbers. I'm simply asking what are the criteria for which she could receive the various incentives she describes that she's obtaining, what are the metrics? That is not a Mr. Harrington question. He was general. I'm talking about this particular individual in her particular role.
Overall.
I believe though that our goals in terms of how we receive, or if we even receive a bonus, are based on the business unit. So they're not necessarily individual metrics.
So let me paraphrase, and please correct me if I'm wrong. If I understand you, your personal performance is not the basis for getting stock options or a cash bonus. It's based on company performance. Is that correct?
I believe it's based on the business unit performance.
You describe in your testimony, and you don't have to go to it because I'll be just talking very general, that your testimony talks about the highly successful programs and strategic partnerships. Do you recall that general discussion?
In my testimony?
Yes. I'm just saying
Yes.
you make reference to those 2 points. How do you determine that what you're doing is highly successful? What are the goals that you have, and then what are the metrics you have to demonstrate that the program indeed was successful, or in this case, highly successful, as you stated in your testimony?
I would answer that based on the number of outreach events that we plan and attend, the number of attendees that may attend these events, and then also our engagement at these events with customers.
And are these written goals or written metrics that are provided to you upon which you are evaluated?
No.
Okay. So when you refer to a program as highly successful, that's your opinion. Am I correct, based on what you've observed and participated in?
Objection, Your Honor. If we could get a reference page number, line number. I did a quick search for highly successful, and I'm not finding it.
Yeah, I'll be happy to. If you turn to Hearing Exhibit 112, page 2, and this is the summary page, so there's no line number, but I'll get you down to the right place. If you go down approximately 7 lines, the third from the bottom of the first paragraph, it begins with the words highlights successful community events and strategic partnerships. So I paraphrase the term, but talking about highly successful. Is that okay, Mr. Koshin?
So instead of highly successful, highlights success, but that's the sentence you're talking about, correct?
That's fine. And let's get away from it. How do you determine that your activities are successful? What metrics exist that are written down or prescribed for you to meet in your position? And we can take this down unless Mr. Koshin wants it.
And say that again, Mr. Dixon, please.
Well, again, strike the highlight. Let's assume the programs are successful. So I'm not trying to quibble with the adjective or adverb. How are those metrics to determine the success of these programs? Are there some sort of written goals or metrics that, how many customers is a metric? How many events is a metric? How many feedback you got? How many hits on a website? Things like that. Are there any kind of metrics that measure the success of your programs that you're aware of?
There are not. That I'm aware of. There are not.
From your perspective, how does the company determine that your efforts in your position are successful?
You're asking my opinion, or?
Well, yeah, I'm asking factually, how does that occur? And it could be your opinion, whatever is easiest for you to answer.
I think it's relationship building, that I'm continually out in our communities, attempting to build stronger relationships with our stakeholders. In my situation, working with communications, also that I'm sending out those everyday course of business communications, which would be press releases, news briefs around, it could be anything from our outages, helping to cover those outages and communicate those out to our customers. It could be seasonal changes in weather and energy efficiency tips, holiday lighting, safety tips. I mean, that was something I just did last week. And then reporting to the community on some of our energy efficiency projects. That was something I was working on earlier this week as it relates to a rebate with the Fowler School District. So that continual stream of communications is something that's expected in my position.
So is there some sort of evaluation where, like, maybe from a scale of 1 to 5, that you strongly did this or failed to do this? Is there any kind of evaluation on each of those items you just described that's done by the company in evaluating your performance?
Not that I know of.
Do you get a written performance report from the company each year when you've gone through your annual activity?
I do.
And does it refer to any specifics on these specific programs, how you've handled them and giving you an opinion on them, so to speak, on each of those programs you just described?
Generally, there's written comments, yes.
Okay, I'm going to switch just a minute. You're a resident, and you're one of the 136 we keep hearing about as living in Pueblo. Am I correct?
That's correct.
And you've already indicated you're a customer of Black Hills Electric, and the rates are affordable for you. Are you a customer of Black Hills Colorado Gas?
I am not.
Are you a customer of Public Service of Colorado?
For gas, yes.
Are you aware that the commission has recently approved a rate increase for Public Service of Colorado's gas case?
I'm not aware.
All right. Would you agree if there was an increase in the gas rates people like you, public service customers, are paying in the Pueblo area, that would contribute to or that would impact the economic conditions that customers might face?
I don't know that.
Okay. In order to meet the deadline, I'm trying to cut questions, so if you'll be patient with me.
Yeah, no worries.
No, skip that. I'm just going to ask you a generic question. I can cite you to it, but let's see if we can handle it generically. When it comes to the customer programs that are provided, whether it be BHEAP or BHEAP, however you prefer to pronounce that acronym, demand side management incentives and all that, those are generally funded by ratepayers. Am I correct? And let me clarify, recognizing you have identified donations in your testimony. I'm not trying to minimize those, just that the majority is paid through ratepayer.
Our charitable contributions and sponsorships come out of shareholder dollars.
Yeah, I'm talking about, I'm not talking about that. I give you credit for that. It's in your testimony. I'm talking about the funding to run the programs that you have for outreach, for customer benefits, to benefit their, reduce or help them on their rates. Demand side management, where they get incentives to do certain, change their demand. That's funded by ratepayers. Am I correct? I think your testimony said that, but I just want to deal with it generically.
And I do not run those programs, but I believe they are funded by customers.
And you raised another question when you say you don't run those programs. You've got peers. I think was it Ms. Falbo, Falbo?
Yes.
And Mr. V. Hill.
He's my counterpart.
And then Mr. Williams. Those are the three names I've heard. Am I correct?
And Mr. Williams is my boss.
Right. Mr. Ditteman talked a lot about the DI team. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. Are you familiar with how many people are actually on the team? I realize they're from different units. How many people actually are on the DI team? Which I assume, let me just correct something for the record. Is that the same thing as the new energy assistance team that you referred to? Are we using the same term?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Then how many members on that team?
There is one person devoted to Colorado. And then I believe 2, maybe 3 devoted to other states.
And do you happen to know the budget for the team as it relates to Colorado?
I do not.
Do you know the budget for the team as it relates to the company as a whole?
I do not.
What are the goals of the Colorado DI team?
As I know it, to research and understand our customers' needs and to make recommendations and develop programs to work with those customers, and then also to work with energy efficiency and public affairs to collectively provide outreach and relationship building for the organizations that we work with and the customers we work with, the DI customers.
And just for Mr. Koshin's benefit, on page 16 of hearing exhibit 112, I'm just going to quote, and if you want to go to it, we can. You state, proactive steps have been undertaken by the DI team. Can you give me an example of what you mean by proactive steps have been taken by the DI team? DI team.
Since that team's inception, they've been making having meetings with human services agencies across the service territory to again talk to the customers or talk to the agencies and find out what they're hearing from customers. The DI team has been at outreach events. They've actually been putting on their own events and inviting the agencies, and then going to those agencies and talking to customers that the agencies serve as their clients. Does that help answer?
That's very helpful because it'll lead me to my next question. Are there any metrics that measure the success of the proactive steps that are being taken by this team?
At this time, I'm not aware of any metrics that have been put forth by that team or put to that team.
In your outreach activity, has the company done any outreach concerning the time of use rates that are being proposed by the company?
And not at this time because we are awaiting the outcome of this proceeding.
I'm assuming the activities by the DI team are still funded by the ratepayers, not shareholders.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Did you participate in proceedings that were created by the commission? I'll give you a docket number, but I'll give it more, flesh it out. 22M-0171ALL, which is a docket the commission opened to address how it would ensure equity in its workplace. And there are a number of meetings held by the commission that could be attended directly or virtually. And I'm just wondering, did you participate in that process?
I did not.
Are you familiar with the commission's obligation to ensure equity in all its work?
Am I familiar with?
Just generally.
Generally, yes.
All right. If we could pull up hearing exhibit 124, which is your rebuttal testimony, and I want to pick out attachment JCR-2. It's the same one that Ms. Mandel raised. And I would like to pick up on page 3. Well, first, let's just stop here on page 1 and give you a minute to look at the questions. If we could raise it, first of all, just so Ms. Rodriguez can see the questions. And please take your time and just take a look at them. Have you had time to review it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and Ms. Mandel dealt with question A, so I'm going to move on to the next page. And by the way, I'll represent, you're the sponsor of this. We can go look at that at the end if you'd like to. Let's do that just for the benefit of the record. If we could go to the very end. You're the sponsor of this particular document, am I correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then if we could go up to page 3. And this is a map you've provided of the company's service territory and then overlaid the portion of it that is within the various census blocks that are considered disproportionately impacted communities. Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Could we go up to page 2? In these events that are listed here, did the company make any presentations on any point in these events, or were they merely setting up booths to answer questions, for example?
Let's see here. Some of them we did have the opportunity to make a short presentation.
Okay. And I think it's been go ahead, I'm sorry.
And then some were just a booth, a table, a tent, and some both. It just depended on the event.
Would you say most of them were a table set up and there to hand out literature and perhaps answer questions by and large, as opposed to making presentations?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, I think Mr. Didham and perhaps even Ms. Mandel has established you did no outreach regarding the proposed rate case you filed on June 14th with the DI community, or for that matter, with anyone in the community in your service territory. Am I right?
Mr. Dixon, please repeat that.
I was saying that before June 14th, and I'll represent to you that's the date this rate case was filed before the commission. The company did no outreach events to meet with people to discuss the upcoming rate case.
We met with elected officials, county commissioners, city council, to tell them that this rate case was coming, but we did not have numbers to share with them at that time.
But you didn't, for example, set up meetings in disproportionately impacted communities, which Mr. Wolf said is 66% of your territory, to meet with individual customers in the event they chose to be there to discuss the proposed case that was going to be filed on June 14th. Am I correct?
Not with individual customers. You're correct.
And did you make any effort to demonstrate to the disproportionately impacted communities how this event was going to impact them as a community?
Through the energy assistance team, we have met with agencies. I mentioned Posada, Catholic Charities, Loaves and Fishes, Tri-County. We've met with the agencies and we told them about the rate review. But again, we don't have an outcome yet to be able to really talk to them about what will that look like for customers.
So let me just see if I can clarify this. The company did not conduct any outreach to specifically discuss the impact of its upcoming rate case, both in the short term and the long term, and the consequences of those rates on the residents of disproportionately impacted communities prior to June 14th.
Prior to June 14th, that is correct.
And did the company do any type of activity similarly since that rate case was filed to date?
We, again, in conversations we've had with human service agencies and stakeholders, elected officials, we've continued the conversation about obviously our rebuttal filing in November. But again, we don't have an outcome yet to be able to speak to what those customer impacts will look like.
Did the company conduct any outreach after filing its case to specifically determine how best to provide equity, minimize impacts, and prioritize benefits to disproportionately communities and address historical inequities?
Repeat that again, please.
Did the company conduct any outreach after filing its case to specifically determine how best to provide equity, minimize impacts, and prioritize benefits for the disproportionately communities and to address historical inequities?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. I'd like to turn to this same exhibit, but let's go to first of all, please go up to question D, dog, so I can refresh your recollection. And if you would read that question. And then if we could go to her answer, which I believe is on page 3. Yeah, there you go. I didn't want them split for you. Do you want to review that? Your answer was the company has not conducted formal studies around the number of IQ customers in our territory. And this was dated August 2nd of 2024, correct?
That is correct.
Has the company conducted any studies or anything else around the number of IQ customers in the service territory?
Not that I'm aware, but that could be a question for another person.
Could we go back up to the question D again on the first page? That question asked not only had you done any studies, but asked for any information that the company has conducted or commissioned regarding the amount of income qualified customers within its service territory? And if so, information about how many of those customers are currently enrolled in energy assistance programs. I don't believe you answered that part of that question. Do you have an answer now?
I would say that we could find out how many customers are enrolled in energy assistance programs. I don't know what those numbers are.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment's Colorado EnviroScreen tool?
I am not.
Do you have any knowledge of what it is?
I do not.
So in your role, you don't know the census block groups that are contained within your servitories that qualify as disproportionately impacted communities?
I could find those those groups that are included in the census block, but I don't know. I didn't know they were called EnviroScreen or part of an EnviroScreen.
Do you know about the tool, regardless of what it's called, that people can go to get data about the activities going on or the status of disproportionately impacted communities?
I believe I've seen that online. Yes, that tool.
Just by way of as a demonstrative exhibit, could we pull up here an exhibit? Double check here. I think it's 331. I'm just going to put this up for you to look at. I'm not going to question you on it or what's in it. But when you said you're generally familiar with it, have you ever seen a report such as this? And Ms. Kunkel, could you take your time and scroll through these 5 pages so that Ms. Rodriguez can review them? And I'm not talking about in detail, just to get an idea of what's on these pages.
Let me know if I'm going too fast or too slow.
You can go faster.
And Chairman Blank, if I may, I don't know if it's an objection or just in the interest of time, Mr. Dan Erens is coming up next, and he does discuss the EnviroScreen tool and is probably better suited to answer these types of questions.
And I'm sure Ms. Nelson will discuss those issues with him. But this is let me restate, the Senior Community Affairs Program Manager in charge of the outreach efforts of this company, who does not know anything about the EnviroScreen tool in her job duties, it appears. And I just want to make sure she knows for the future what's available. Am I correct, Ms. Rodriguez? You've never seen these sheets or looked at anything like this?
I have not.
Okay.
Thank you for your suggestion.
Okay, could we go to the top just, and again, I'm not putting this in evidence, it simply is meant to be, well, actually, I will move it in evidence because it is indicative of information that's available to the company. So I'm going to move to amid hearing exhibit 331.
Mr. Koshin.
I'd object. I think it might be an exhibit that's better suited to be brought up with Mr. Erens.
Your Honor, my point is not to put in the numbers. It's to put in what this document and presumably other documents provides on census block activity within their territory. And you'll note this happens to be a place in Pueblo downtown.
Is this something that existed, or did you type numbers into a computer and have this print out?
Actually, Mr. Wittershine had to obtain it through the Colorado Department of Health and Energy. It's available on the screen, but not in this format. This was just to get what information is available.
Do you mind just having your other attorney get this in with Mr. Erens? I think it'd be a better foundation, Mr. Dixon.
Okay, I'll mention that to Miss Nelson. Could we pull, if you can take down hearing exhibit 331 and bring up hearing exhibit 334. And I got 4 minutes before we're going to stop, and I hope to make it. Or I will stop for sure.
Thank you.
And if we could go up to, scroll up to this for a minute. And I want to focus on this list of items here. Keep going. Okay, I'd like to stop there for a minute. This is a listing of what are called nonprofit advocates for vulnerable residents that I have obtained. Does the company recognize any of these organizations, and can you tell me which of these you have interacted with in trying to determine your outreach programs and who you establish strategic partnerships with? And just take your time.
Mr. Dixon, most of these are not in our Colorado Electric Service territory.
Okay, we can take this down then. My next question is, what strategic partnerships have you established with what entities?
Off the top of my head, Catholic Charities of Southern Colorado, Posada, United Way, Tri-County Human Services out in the Rocky Ford area, Small Town Food Project out in that area, Canyon City, Loaves and Fishes. I believe there's a few churches that we work with. I'm just giving you names off the top of my head. I would probably need to put together a more comprehensive list for you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for your responses. I think you've been direct and have not evaded anything I've asked, and I really appreciate that. And secondly, I know you're working hard at your job, and I hope what I've done may help you in dealing with your job in the future. So thank you very much for both your responses and your efforts to respond to my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Let's take a break till 1 p.m. and we'll return. Commissioner Plant, just do you have, how long do you have?
I just have really one or two quick questions, so won't be more than 5 minutes or so.
Commissioner Gilman?
I don't expect any.
Okay, I don't have any either. So we'll resume with you, Ms. Rodriguez, with Commissioner questions and redirect from Mr. Dixon, from Mr. Koshin. Thanks. 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Koshin, are you there?
Yes, Chairman Blake.
Commissioner Plant, questions to Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. I just had a couple of real quick questions for you. So one of the key challenges I think with the rate design that's been proposed is getting people to understand time of use and enroll in time of use. And I was just wondering what your strategy is for customer outreach, whether you're planning to have any kind of a an online tool, bill comparison if you were on time of use, if you weren't, just so that people will understand how that would work.
Sure. One of the things that we have in the plan is the development of a rate calculator, because we know that customers are going to want to anticipate what their bills will look like with the changes from the outcome of this proceeding. And that's one of the things that we don't have the expertise to do. So we're going to go outside and find a vendor. Well, I found a vendor, but after this proceeding, that's one of the things we will implement is that rate calculator.
Okay, great. And that kind of feeds into my second question, which is around the use of your AMI. And I know that this is, I think you got maybe half of the AMI sometime around the time of the ARA funds back maybe 2010, 2011, somewhere like that. And then the other half were kind of before that. Is that your understanding as well?
I'm probably not the right witness to ask the question.
What I was wondering is, I think that the smart meters that you have in terms of communication capabilities, it's kind of an RF communication that they would use. And I didn't know if you were looking at any, as you're looking at your time of use, vendors to help you with the time of use calculator, if you're also looking at any consumer-sided tools that would integrate with the smart meter or for customer education and engagement.
Her audio is very bad. I'm just saying. I don't know if it's just me, but I can hear typing too, so somebody's not muted.
Yeah, maybe try that again. Thanks.
Commissioner, at this time, I'm not aware. And can you hear me, Harriet?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I'm not aware of any future plans to connect that technology with the rate calculator with our meter system. Again, I may not be the right witness to ask that question.
And you know if the vendor that you said you're going to be talking to about doing this time of use calculator, do they also do consumer-sided communications tools? Is it?
They offer that as part of their various packages for the development of the rate calculator.
Okay, great. Thanks. I have no further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Gilman, any questions?
No additional questions, thanks.
And I don't have any questions either, Ms. Rodriguez. Mr. Koshin, redirect.
Would it be possible for us to pause for 30 seconds so that we can have someone go in and just make sure that the new mic in Ms. Rodriguez's office is activated?
Yep. Yeah, we'll just hang out while you do it.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Better?
Yes.
Chairman Blank, may I proceed?
Please.
Thank you. Ms. Rodriguez, there was some confusion about your role with the company. Can you just describe what your responsibilities are in your role?
Sure. Community engagement, employee engagement, charitable giving and sponsorships. Occasionally I help with events and communications, both internal and external.
And when you say community engagement, are you responsible for the DSM program, the BHEAP program, the renewable energy program, electric vehicle programs of the company?
I am not.
Are there other team members that the company that hold those positions or those responsibilities?
Yes, there are.
All right. You were asked a series of questions regarding the customer communication and education plan. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 112, attachment JCR 1, and that's work paper 2. Ms. Rodriguez, can you describe what this document is?
This was my work paper early on when I started to plan the customer education plan. These were the components that I initially identified and the total cost. And then as we worked more, I was able to look at this and decide what could we do internally and what did we not have the resources or expertise to do, and we would have to find outside vendors.
Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 112, page 24? And just scrolling down to table JCR5. Now, Ms. Rodriguez, it appears that what we just looked at in the work paper is different from what you have here in table JCR5. Can you describe what those differences are?
Sure. So the things that I had to keep in this budget were things that, again, we do not have the internal resources and expertise to do, such as video production. We're not a mail house or a printer. Then I also needed to seek help, or will need to seek help around translation, Spanish translation for the materials. We will need to buy digital and social media campaign time or placement, and then the rate calculator. There were some other things on that previous table. I think there was like a budget for public relations or working with a public relations firm, and I decided that was something that I could do internally as part of my job and my duties around communications. I can't remember what else that we removed. I think that was a pretty significant piece of the budget.
And in terms of the amount for the customer communication and education plan, is the prior document we looked at, which had, I believe, a total of somewhere in the $400,000 range, correct? Or is the amount on this table correct?
This number is correct.
And can you explain how much of these costs the company included in the 2023 test year?
They are not included.
And how is the company seeking recovery of these costs then?
Not in this rate case.
And do you recall in your rebuttal testimony a reference to a deferred tracker?
I believe so, yes.
And who testifies regarding the deferred tracker for the company?
I believe that was Ms. Johnson.
All right, there was also some discussion about internal and external efforts. Do you recall those questions?
Yes.
And can we please turn to Hearing Exhibit 112, page 22? And can you quickly, just scanning this table JCR4, describe for me which of these are the external costs?
Under customer engagement, the direct mail piece, under video development, the video production. Under social media, it would be the what we would call the buy for social media spots. And then under technology, the rate calculator.
And the other efforts that you didn't just touch on, those are all being handled by internal company personnel, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the company is not requesting a deferred tracker for those internal efforts, is that accurate?
That is correct.
Can we quickly turn to Hearing Exhibit 124, please? And going to page 11 and looking at lines 8 through 13, you were asked a series of questions about whether or not the company, that education plan would benefit the company. And I just wanted to make sure that line 10, you start by describing the company education plan, and you express that has the potential to benefit the company. Can you explain what you mean by the potential?
With changes to rates and the fact that we have not changed our rates in 8 years, first and foremost, the plan was developed to educate our customers on the new rates, optional time of use, the inclining, the tier rates, the change there, because those are not activities that they have been exposed to in the past. So first and foremost, the plan is to educate our customers, and then yes, there's a potential to benefit the company, but that was not my intent when I wrote the plan. My intent was to help the customers understand the changes that will be happening after this proceeding.
Thank you. You were asked a series of questions, including whether or not it's in the ordinary course to educate, inform, and communicate with customers about a rate case. And you started to respond to one of those questions stating, "I'll explain." And after an objection, you turned around and answered a simple yes. Can you explain to us what you meant when asked whether or not the communication or educating and informing customers is ordinary course?
I look at right now, we're communicating our customers. We have our everyday course of business communication, and around energy efficiency tips, outreach events, energy assistance programs. But then
this change to our rates following the completion of this rate review, that's going to take us into what I'll call an extraordinary event where we need to communicate to our customers the changes from the outcome of this proceeding. So I look at it as there's our everyday course of business communications, and then this next event, which will require us to communicate with our customers around rates and changes after 8 years of not seeking rate increase.
There was a series of questions by Ms. Mandel regarding the company's BHEAP program and the company's BHEAP website, and concerns that were raised in answer testimony regarding the difficulty of using the company's BHEAP website. Do you recall that series of questions?
Yeah. Yes.
Can we please pull up hearing exhibit 194 from the company's box.com? Can you tell me what this is?
I believe this is the homepage for our BHEAP website, or that portion of our Black Hills Energy website, BHEAP.
All right, and if we could scroll down. Oh.
Do you have a page or just page 2?
Let's go to page 2. And Ms. Rodriguez, this appears to be the assistance programs link. This is the first place that a customer would go to after going to the company's website to track down information on BHEAP?
That's correct. After they enter their zip code at the left top.
Okay. And so after they click on the button, can we scroll down to the next page? This would pop up, and scrolling down one more page, please. And so these two pages are what would pop up when they click on the first link. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if customers in Colorado are interested in BHEAP, they would click on the Colorado button?
They're in Colorado, yes.
And if we can scroll down 2 more pages, we can do it slowly so everyone can see what's in there. And so after clicking that second, or taking advantage of that second click, the Colorado Energy Assistant Resources page would come up. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And going down a couple more pages, and we can, if we can scroll down slowly. All right. And so once they click on that last button, you've got these final 5, 2 on this page and 3 on the prior page, links that they can click on as the third click to get to the BHEAP page. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And I want to make sure I'm counting correctly. 1, 2, 3. So it takes 3 clicks to get to the company's BHEAP page for Colorado Electric customers, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware whether or not, let me rephrase, the staff answer testimony raised this issue as a concern, and is it correct that the company addressed this issue between the time of answer testimony and today?
That is correct.
You were asked a series of questions about the company's disconnection policies and a question about whether or not the corporate office decides what kind of disconnection or accommodation occurs. You'd agree with me, or isn't it true that the commission rules dictate disconnections?
That's correct.
And the company's tariffs also address disconnections, correct?
They do. Yes.
Let's talk for a moment, if we can, regarding customer surveys. If we can turn to hearing exhibit 124. Page 7, please. And looking at table JCR 1R, do you see that?
I do.
And do you recall a couple of questions regarding whether or not the outcome of JCR 1R and the survey responses are from both gas and electric service customers?
On this table, yes.
If we can scroll down to the bottom of this page. And here we've got another series of survey scores or results that the company provided. Can you tell me whether or not these are gas and electric or electric only customers?
These are electric only.
And if we can scroll down one more page and going down to table JCR 3R. And again, are the survey responses you've included in your table here in your testimony for gas and electric customers or electric only?
Electric.
And is it correct that the survey has open-ended questions where the customer can provide feedback?
Yes, I believe it's the last question.
Okay. And that question is available to all customers, not just those who filed public comment or participated in this case. Anyone and everyone can fill out that last question in the survey. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Let's talk for a moment regarding Sister Nancy. You had a series of questions asked by Ms. Concilia, and specifically one dealing with an answering machine that she receives. Can you describe how many ways Sister Nancy has to connect or to communicate with the company?
She can call, she can email, she can text, and I think I mentioned earlier that she has the personal telephone or personal cell phone numbers of 2 of the customer service team.
And in terms of calling, outside of the personal cell phone numbers, how many numbers can customers call to reach Black Hills representatives?
They can call the call center, and then local customers, local Colorado Electric customers can call a local number.
And does the call center have answering machines or voicemails?
The call center, during hours that they are closed, I guess outside of their normal usual hours, they do.
I'm sorry, outside of their normal, how many hours? It sounded like 2 hours, but I don't think that's right.
Outside of normal hours, they do have a phone messaging system.
And to be clear, that's outside of normal business hours?
That's correct.
All right, so during normal business hours, if you call, you don't go to a voice service. you get addressed in some fashion, or you get placed into a queue to wait for a period of time before your call is answered?
That is correct. And there's also a self-service option.
Okay. There's a series of questions regarding the service center at Victoria Avenue in Pueblo. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And a question was asked about whether or not a customer can get into the service center.
I remember the question.
And how can a customer get into the service center?
There is a security guard who is there 8 to 5, 8 to 4:30. I'm not sure of the end time, but a customer can talk to the customer service, or excuse me, talk to the security guard and ask to see a customer service person right then, or they can make an appointment.
And would you agree with me that in addition to showing up to the service center to speak to a customer service representative right then or make an appointment, customers can also call and make appointments?
That's correct.
Now, you were asked a series of questions regarding BHEAP and strategies to clear the wait list for BHEAP. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And are you aware that Mr. Harrington discussed a potential option to eliminate that wait list a couple days ago by the use of EASBC funds?
Yes, I heard that.
You're also asked a series of questions about meeting with the city of Canyon and city of Pueblo after the rate case, and you kind of described it as the company was struggling to get in front of the cities to discuss the rate case. Was it an issue on the part of the company not being able to make time or actually make itself available?
It was not on the part.
I'm sorry, I did not get that response.
I said it was not on the part of the company, any sort of time constraints. My counterpart and I reached out many times and did not receive responses.
You were asked a series of questions about the filing in this case and asked about whether you were aware of that comments were filed, statements were made, and concerns raised about affordability. And one of the questions that was posed to you was, what has BH done, or what was BH's Black Hills response to those affordability concerns? Do you recall the testimony of Mr. Harrington of what the company did between the filing of direct and the filing of rebuttal testimony in this case?
Are you referring to conversations where we decided in our rebuttal testimony to reduce the request by 11 million? Is that...
Not just the discussions. Did the company actually reduce its revenue requirement request in this proceeding?
Yes, we did.
In terms of incentives, annual performance, and goals and bonuses that employees have, is Mr. Harrington the right person to talk about this topic? And did he file testimony in this proceeding addressing this topic?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I've listened to a lot of leading questions on redirect, but that's not an issue in this case. The issue is what she knew, and that's what I dealt with, not what Mr. Harrington knows.
Mr. Cushion.
Your Honor, I'm trying to do direct questions to get through, or leading questions to get through this as quickly as possible. I'm happy to open up the questions and allow them to be broader, but in the interest of time, I was trying to spin through. I'm happy to rephrase if you'd like.
Can you just repeat the question again?
Ms. Rodriguez, who discusses on behalf of the company the annual incentive plans, the bonuses, incentives, etc.?
Mr. Harrington.
Thank you. How would you define what a successful community event looks like from your perspective?
I think good partners, and that's something we try and do, is to partner with organizations, agencies, the city, to provide lots of resources to customers, because they may not be looking to talk to just Black Hills. They may be looking to talk to other organizations that can provide resources. Definitely for people that attend, I mean, that's always an indicator if it's been a successful event. And I think those are probably the main components, is the attendance, and then obviously having other partners there.
Thank you. You were asked a series of questions by Ms. Concilia about whether the company cares about its customers. How do you believe your role demonstrates that the company cares for customers?
I feel pretty fortunate in my role that I have the opportunity to meet with lots of our stakeholders, not just elected officials, not just community leaders. I meet with nonprofit leaders. I meet with school districts, and I feel like it's an opportunity for me to take information to them, but then also to hear what are their concerns and how can we work together. I consider myself, I'll say the word connector, in the sense that when I'm having these conversations, if I hear that they want more information on our renewables program or energy efficiency, energy assistance, whatever that is, that I can make those connections with the employees who head those areas.
Thank you. And if we can please pull up hearing exhibit 124. And if we can turn to page 15, please. And going down to line 13, Ms. Rodriguez, can you just read line 13 to 16 to yourself and explain how this demonstrates that the company is interested in its customers?
I think this is pretty significant, that
we as a company have, and I'm not sure how many years we've done this, but that we match those donations.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Chairman Blank, I don't have any additional questions.
Ms. Rodriguez, you may be excused. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Erens, are you out there? Oh, there you are. Can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You can put your hand down.
Thank you.
Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
I am by myself.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
I will.
Mr. Nacera, 30 minutes. 30 minutes, sir.
Chairman Blink, if I may jump in real quick just to ask him a couple of questions, and I believe there's one
sorry.
correction.
Sorry, it's Friday. It's getting late.
I understand. Mr. Erens, good afternoon. I will be quick. Could you please spell and state your last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Dan Erens. Last name is A-H-R-E-N-S.
And did you cause testimony to be filed in this case, specifically hearing exhibit 113, which is your direct, hearing exhibit 114, which is your supplemental direct, and 125, which is your rebuttal?
That is correct.
And do you have any corrections to that testimony?
Yes, I do. I have one correction to hearing exhibit 125, which is.
Can we please pull? I'm sorry. Can we please pull hearing exhibit 127 from the company's folder? And this appears to be page 10 of hearing exhibit 127, page 10 of your rebuttal testimony. And is that correction, can you describe the correction on line 8, please?
Yes, I replaced the word aspen with Holyoke.
And is that the only correction to your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of hearing exhibit 127.
Any objection? So moved.
And I will not ask by whom Mr. Erens is employed because it's already in his testimony. He is available for cross-examination.
Mr. Nacera, I have 30 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. I'm going to try to keep this brief. Good afternoon, Mr. Erens. My name is David Nacera, and I represent trial staff.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you to refer to your direct testimony, hearing exhibit 113, attachment DSA 2. And if we could bring that up, please. And then I'm going to ask you to turn to page 75 and 76. That's the only pages we're going to need. If it's possible to put them side by side, that'd be amazing.
I can't do them side by side, unfortunately, but I can scroll around. Just tell me what you need, and if it's overlapping, I'll do my best.
No worries. Just thought I'd ask. Okay, Mr. Erens, is it true that this is the, I guess, the changes to the interruptible rider tariff that the company has proposed in this proceeding?
That is correct.
And those changes are contained in red line here. So these are really factual questions. So I hope you treat them as that. So just to be clear, the current tariff no longer has any customers taking service under it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the main, I mean, I want to just let you sum it up, but the main differences here is that the company is changing the rates and then expanding the tariff from the 4 summer months to the entire year. Is that correct?
Correct. We are doing two things. One is making sure that we have the ability to curtail or interrupt a customer any time of the year. And we are also applying the credit to each month as opposed to the current tariff that only provides a credit for 4 months out of the year.
Okay, thank you very much. So if we could scroll down to this page 76. A little far. Okay, we're there. Thank you very much. There's a heading there called interruptions. And I think everybody, as long as they can see it, can read it for themselves. But the only difference is that you're changing it from the summer months to the whole year. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Okay. And so the interruption, I mean, it's true. There's no limitation on the number of interruptions, no notice being provided. So none of that's changing. Fair enough?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand if, and giving opportunity, if this has so far been unattractive to customers, how do you think this might attract more customers when it still has these pretty tough terms? I don't want to say I know how customers think of this, but they seem pretty rough terms to just be interrupted at any time throughout the year without notice. So how do you think you're still, just these changes are going to attract more customers if they are?
Well, for one thing, there are some limitations on the interruptions. I'm not too sure if it's on a redlined page, but there are some limitations on how often we can interrupt. It's on a rolling 3-year average. But the primary purpose of the changes that we're proposing is to make the credits that are available to a participant to increase. I think I've identified it in my direct testimony that a credit that's being paid for 4 months versus the credit being paid for over 12 months is, I believe, if I recall the numbers, it goes from about $30,000 per year to $90,000 a year. So we're almost tripling the amount of credits that a customer that would participate on a per megawatt hour basis.
Okay, I mean, that's helpful. I want to be clear, staff supports the interruptible rider and just wants it to be effective. Think I'm ready to move on. Let me make sure. Now I guess, I know you referenced some other tariff sheets and I'm not going to put you on the spot, but you're saying there's some other supplemental information that might, or tariff sheets that might add to what's on these 2 pages, just for the record.
Yeah, I think this exhibit is the red line pages. So if there was a change, then there was included this attachment. However, there's other tariff pages that don't have any red lines that are not included as part of this attachment. And there are some constraints on how often we can interrupt, and that is not being changed in this proposal.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I'm gonna move on. I just have a couple other quick topics. With respect, I think in your rebuttal, you address staff proposal with respect to wheeling revenues and staff's proposal to kind of move those revenues into the ECA. Is that true?
I do. Yes.
I just want to be clear, there's no really factual dispute about what's happening with wheeling revenues, and nobody as far as you know, was saying the company's doing anything wrong, correct?
That's correct.
And this is just a pure question of recovery.
Correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, I think you said, and I'll just leave it at this, that you believe that recovering in the ECA is single issue rate making?
I do.
Okay. One last line of questioning. You remember Mr. Dalton of staff, testimony on production meters?
I do.
And that, would you agree that in his opinion, they're not only not required, they're not necessary in the majority of instances for small solar systems?
Certainly, his testimony speaks for itself, but that is my understanding of his recommendation. Yes.
Okay. I found your rebuttal testimony a little unclear. What is the company's plan with production meters going forward? Are you just going to continue to insist that they're required?
We do install them. We think they are useful. Net metering, it does not provide you with the resolution to know how much the customer is using and how much the generation is behind the meter. And by having that production meter, that provides you that information. We have been installing it on facilities that are 10 kW and less. We don't charge the customer for that, but we do think that's an investment that's been made that helps serve the entire system. And we're requesting a cost recovery through base rates based on an energy allocator. That's what our recommendation is. Should the commission disagree with that, we would probably reevaluate our position.
Thank you for that. So there's been some discussion about smart meters, and I know it's true that Black Hills deploys smart meters, I think, on most, if not all, of their customers' premises.
I don't think it's all, but I think it's most.
Okay. I'm struggling. I mean, my understanding is these smart meters, and correct me if I'm wrong, provide a lot of information on a real-time basis that can be uploaded, downloaded, whatever the correct word is. And they can also be programmed, kind of retrofitted for specific functions. Is that true?
I don't hold myself out to be an expert on AMI, but I think I can agree with you that the technology, AMI has the ability to do a lot of information, but it also requires some additional programming, as you suggested, to use it to the maximum ability.
Okay. I mean, I'm just going to ask you straight out. I mean, can you explain the incremental value that these production meters provide to the company and how that outweighs the cost?
I haven't done a cost benefit analysis to determine that. I can tell you that obviously metering is a very important function. It allows us to do billing. It allows us to correctly identify what the usage is. AMI also has the ability to allow customers to get on the Black Hills portal and get information on their usage. AMI also allows for remote disconnect and remote connect. So I think there's some significant benefits to AMI, and certainly there are functions that could be leveraged to provide additional information, such as knowing where distribution outages are and information like that.
Okay, is the company willing to consider maybe pursuing some of those additional functionalities and trying to I guess, do away with the production meters? Is that on your radar at all?
Can you repeat that? I heard two different topics in there, AMI and production meters.
Oh, sorry. No, I can't repeat it. I don't use notes, so I'm just going to end my cross-examination right there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nacera, Ms. Consilia, 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good Friday afternoon, Mr. Erens. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I think we're all tired, but I guess we're not as tired as the commissioners who had public comment last night till 8 o'clock or so. So as you probably know, I'm Frances Consilia and I represent the city of Pueblo, the county, and PEDCO. And I have hopefully just a few questions to ask you. Now you work for the service company, correct?
That's correct.
And do you live in Denver?
I do not.
Where do you live?
I live in Castle Rock.
Okay. And you thought about moving to Pueblo?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Okay, well, according to Mr. Harrington and folks, it's just on an upswing, sir. So you should consider that. How many other affiliates of the service company do you provide regulatory advice or services for?
Just to Black Hills, Colorado Electric, and Black Hills, Colorado Gas.
Okay.
I could be asked to do other work for another affiliate at some point in time, but that hasn't happened yet.
Okay. Did you take an EV car up to Denver to control your carbon footprint, Mr. Erens?
I did not. However, I have a very small carbon footprint based on the auto that I do drive.
Okay. I want to talk to you a minute about your direct testimony, which is hearing exhibit 113, page 41.
You meant 114, right?
113, I'm sorry, I think.
Sorry, direct. I thought you said supplemental direct.
Sorry, I might have. Now, did you hear the discussion with Mr. Harrington and Commissioner Plant had some questions about a utility consumer advocate analysis from CAMU and whether or not the average residential bill in the Black Hills service territory was 600 kilowatts an hour or 500 or 700? Do you remember some of that discussion?
I do remember some of that discussion.
Now, it's my recollection, subject to your check, that Mr. Harrington believes that the average residential bill in the Black Hills service territory is for 500 kilowatt hours. And on this exhibit, this table on your forecast, you use 600 kilowatt hours. Why do you use 600 rather than 500?
I believe the actual number that is in this rate case for the average residential usage is just below 600, but it is in the 500 range. We have historically used 600 as comparison when we do bill impacts, and we use 600 to be consistent with what we've done in the past, so it's kind of an apple-to-apple comparison.
Thank you. So if we can next look at your rebuttal testimony, which is hearing exhibit 125, and go to page 11. Now, you prepared this table and picked which co-ops or municipal utilities to include in this comparison.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Did you prepare this table at DSA 1R and picked which utilities you would use for the comparison or co-ops?
It was prepared by me or under my direction. And yes, I did select the utilities that went into this graph.
Why did you not include core in this analysis?
Could you repeat that?
Why did you not include the co-op core, which was previously known as Intermountain Rural Electric, in your analysis?
I primarily identified the ones that had rates that were higher than Black Hills, but I also included Colorado Springs and Piesco, as I think they are oftentimes compared, and I did not include Core.
Okay. And you did not include United Power either, did you?
Yeah, there's quite a few I did not include.
And Aspen, which was the correction you made at the beginning of your testimony, Aspen has a higher rate than Black Hills Colorado Electric. Why did you not use Aspen?
I'd have to check to make sure that that's my understanding. I thought it was Holyoke that has the higher. I think Aspen is lower.
All right. I would like to go to the next, or the 2 pages next, page 13 of your rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 125. And my summary of this is that what you're doing, but you correct me if I'm wrong, is you have concluded that Black Hills is no longer 25% higher than the statewide average. Correct?
That's correct.
And so relying on the definition that PUC staff used when it did its rate study, are you saying that as long as Black Hills is below 25% higher, that they have a safe harbor and don't have to worry about affordability?
No, I think what I was saying is that it's no longer materially greater, which is 25% higher than the state average.
But the commission can determine it still has a material impact on affordability. Wouldn't you agree with me, Mr. Erens?
The commission could change the definition over what was used in the past, yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. I have 45 minutes for UCA.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Erens. Michelle Singer-Nelson, and I'll be asking you questions on behalf of the Consumer Advocate Office.
Good afternoon.
I don't think I'll be taking the full 45 minutes, Chair Blank.
That'd be appreciated.
Okay, let's start with an exhibit that Mr. Dixon had raised with Ms. Rodriguez. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 331, please? Thank you. Mr. Erens, can you identify this document?
Yeah, it appears to be a report for a census block. It looks like it came from the Colorado EnviroScreen.
And are you familiar with the Colorado EnviroScreen?
I wouldn't say I have used it enough to be fluent at it yet, but I am familiar with it, and it does appear like that was the source of this document.
Do you see in that first box to the left of the map a Colorado EnviroScreen percentile score? And can you read that?
Yes. Do you want me to read the number or the whole thing?
The number, please.
97.72.
And right below that, it says the EnviroScreen percentile score combines population characteristics and environmental burdens. And the score ranges from 0 to 100, with the higher scores representing the most significant burden. Do you see that?
I do see that.
And would you say at 97.72, the Pueblo County EnviroScreen score shows that there's a significant burden?
I would say for the census block that's identified as 0810100120001, that would be correct.
Can we scroll down to page 4 of 5, please? And just, it's towards the bottom. The thing I want to focus on is towards the bottom of the page. So if you scroll up a little bit, scroll down a little bit. There you go. And do you see where it says the Colorado EnviroScreen does, Mr. Aaron?
I do see that.
Can you read for everyone the last bullet under what Colorado EnviroScreen does?
Yeah, I'm going to move it to a slightly bigger screen so I can read it.
Okay.
And the last bullet says identify areas that meet the updated definition of disproportionately impacted community under House Bill 23-1233, adopted a definition that applies to all state agencies, including CDPHE.
Thank you. Do you think that this resource is something that would be important for the company to be familiar with in order to address disproportionately impacted communities in its territory?
I certainly believe that is what we do with DI communities going forward requires us to understand which census blocks are counted as DI community, and I think this is a very useful tool.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for admission of hearing exhibit 331.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Okay, we can pull that down. Thank you. Now, Mr. Erens, I want to go through a little bit of your testimony and one of your exhibits relating to the LM 6000. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
Okay. Now, is it true that the LM 6000 is a natural gas plant used for peak loads that was awarded to the company when it retired the Clark coal-fired plant?
I don't know if it was awarded to us. I think that it replaced the Clark station.
Okay. And the recovery of financing costs of the LM 6000 prior to its commercial operation began in January of 2015 through the CACJA rider. Is that correct?
I'd have to check on the start date, but that is the rider where those costs are being recovered from, yes.
Great. And then in the prior Black Hills Electric rate case proceeding, 16AL-0326E, the commission determined that continuation of the rider was in the public interest. Isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
So cost recovery is still through that rider today.
Correct.
Let's turn to your exhibit. Oh, first of all, is it your understanding that UCA's recommendation with regard to cost recovery, continued cost recovery for the LM 6000 is to continue the current capital structure treatment for the return on the LM 6000 and require an annual update to allow for true-ups to recovery to ensure the depreciated value is the basis for the return?
That's my understanding of the UCA's position, yes.
Isn't it true that the commission awarded an overall lower WACC for the LM 6000 relative to the rest of rate base in the prior rate case?
That's not something that I can confirm. I don't know that.
Okay, well, let's go to your exhibit then.
Sure.
Let's turn to exhibit attachment ESA 1 to hearing exhibit 113. Can we blow that up just a little bit so we can see it better? Okay, thank you. That's perfect. Mr. Erens, can you identify this exhibit for us, please?
Sure, it's a comparison of what the revenue requirement is for the LM 6000 under both the rider of 2017 and what's being proposed now in base rates for 2023.
Okay, so cost recovery for the rider is under rider, the column listed as rider 2017, isn't that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And when we were just talking about the WAC, do you see?
I'm sorry, Ms. Nelson, your sound is cutting in and out. If you could repeat that for me, I'd appreciate it.
Oh, sorry about that. Sure. Can you hear me better now?
I can, thank you.
All right. So look at line 6, weighted average cost of capital.
Yes.
We were just talking about the difference between base rates cost of capital and the cost of capital that's been applied to the LM 6000. Do you see that they're different?
I do see they're different.
And the WAC for the LM 6000 is lower than the base rate WAC, correct?
The proposed base rate WAC, yes.
Correct. All right. So you calculate in the column rider 2017 the required earnings at WAC. Do you see that?
I do.
And what's that amount?
That amount is $6,438,585.
Oh, I was asking about line 7, required earnings at WAC.
Oh, okay, thank you. I apologize for that. The required earnings under WAC would be $3,483,569.
What does this, so the company has had rates set to recover this 3 million plus annually since 2017, isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
That would be 8 years through the end of 2024 of having rates set to recover that $3.4 million, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that means that the company has had the opportunity to collect over $27 million, nearly $28 million in required earnings at WAC for its LM 6000 investment?
I assume
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this time. Mr. Stevens and Mr. Harrington addressed the LM 6000, and Mr. Harrington also addressed retroactive rate making. This is beyond the scope of this witness's testimony.
Ms. Nelson.
Your Honor, I am going over an attachment to Mr. Erens' testimony, so I think this is a legitimate line of questioning for Mr. Erens.
Overruled. The witness will answer.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that the company has had the opportunity to collect over 27 million, nearly 28 million in required earnings at WAC for its LM 6000 investment?
I haven't done the calculation to determine what that is over the time period that you're discussing.
Well, it would be 3.4 million times the years between 2017 and the end of 2024. So that would be 8 years.
Subject to check on the math, I would agree with you, but also point out that that was the commission directive that we do not change that recovery, as was discussed by Mr. Harrington.
But the company has had the opportunity to collect nearly $28 million to date.
Yes. Under approval by the commission.
Thank you. Now I just want to go over a couple of your discovery responses. Okay. Can we pull up hearing exhibit 336 from UCA's box, please? Mr. Erens, will you identify this document, please?
It appears to be a data request issued by UCA in set 34, question 1.
Can we scroll down to the bottom of page 2? See who the sponsor is? Oh, can we, is this the, there you go. Sorry, it's on page 1. Mr. Erens, are you the sponsor of this exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Move for admission of UCA hearing exhibit 336.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Okay, this is the right document. So, Mr. Erens, did you hear the testimony of Mr. Harrington earlier this week?
I did.
And he discussed the CAMU survey for January 2024 and July 2024, and the fact that it was based on 700 megawatt hours, correct?
I believe it was kilowatt hours, but 700 correct.
Oh, yeah, kilowatt hours. Thank you. And I'm sorry, you said that it was?
700 kilowatt hours, yes.
Correct. Did you prepare this discovery response showing various Black Hills electric bill impacts using the 700 kilowatt hours?
I did.
Now, the spreadsheets attached to this exhibit show the bill impacts for Black Hills' current residential rates, the rates proposed in its direct case, and the rates proposed in the rebuttal case, correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
And we can scroll through the attachments. So there's the current rates. There's the rebuttal rates. Right, thank you. So does that confirm your response, Mr.
It does.
Thank you. Let's move to hearing exhibit 338, please. Mr. Erens, is this Black Hills response to UCA 4-2? And we can scroll down through it so you can see that it's the response.
It is the response to that that data request.
And it's relating to Ms. Rodriguez's testimony, but scroll to the bottom, please. Are you the sponsor of this response?
A and C, correct, yeah. A in the second A, it appears.
And can we scroll up a little bit just for the responses? And Mr. Erens, can you describe for us what this response relates to?
It relates to enrollment in our BHEAP program.
And in your response, it looks like it's labeled the second subpart A, but you state there that the BHEAP enrollment is limited based on the availability of funding, correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move for admission of hearing exhibit 338.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
And then finally, I'd like to review hearing exhibit 335, please. And Mr. Erens, I'll describe this for you. It's Black Hills response to UCA 6-22. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if we scroll down, are you the sponsor of this?
I am.
Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of hearing exhibit 335.
Any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Oh, thank you. Can we scroll up just a hair on this one? There you go. So, Mr. Erens, will you describe what's in this table?
Yeah, this is the funding for Black Hills Cares. That's a program that our customers, our employees, and our shareholders donate to provide relief to customers who are in need.
So this breaks out the years of 2022, 2023, and halfway through 2024. Is that correct?
A little less than halfway, but yes.
Through the end of May.
Correct.
And then it delineates between the contributions from customers, employees, and shareholders.
That is correct.
And how do shareholders contribute to Black Hills Cares Fund? What's the mechanism for them to be able to do that?
I believe that shareholders match the amount that is donated by both customers and employees. I'm not too sure if I understand what the mechanism of how that transfer takes place, but it's my understanding that they match dollar for dollar what the customer and employees donate.
Thank you. Mr. Erens, well, let me just check with my colleagues and see if there's anything else. If I could just take a minute, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Erens, I have nothing further. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Nell.
Thank you. Commissioner Plant, questions for Mr. Erens?
Yeah, just have a couple quick questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Erens.
Good afternoon.
I just had a question about the production meters first. I was talking with Mr. McKenzie about peak loads, and he had indicated that the numbers that we saw on the graphs that were in testimony were netted out of solar generation, and that the AMI meters that are installed on people's houses are bidirectional, so they can see what it ends up being delivered to the grid or required from the grid. So I was wondering what the purpose is of the production meter. What is Black Hills' use of that?
Yeah, I believe that discussion that you had was with Mr. Hyatt, and the question was whether or not we were providing demand net of renewable generation. And I think that it does show you, if you look at the net, that is the end result, but you still wouldn't know what the actual net metered customers usage is, nor do you know what the production is. And so by having the production meter, you can identify what the actual production is that's occurring behind the meter.
Yeah, that's the question, is what is the customer benefit of having that information?
For the total, as we start getting more sophisticated on how we might allocate costs, and if we are going to start looking at doing some allocations based on peak demand net of renewables, we would have an accurate representation of what those renewables are. As far as the particular customer that might be the one that has that net metering facility, they would have the ability to actually look to see what their production is. If you were to just rely on the net metering, it might be a month before they find out, for example, that they might have an issue on their PV system. So that's benefit to the particular customer. But I think that as we start looking at things in a more detailed method and start allocating costs, that might be net of renewable generation. I think having accurate information to do that is very important.
So you're thinking that sometime in the future there may be a change in how costs are allocated, and that the generation from a, for example, behind the meter solar facility would be somehow incorporated.
Useful, yeah, that's correct.
And that I mean, I think for the most part, customers that have solar generally have a way of monitoring their own solar. Is there anything that's specific benefit that wouldn't be provided by that kind of a monitoring system?
I've talked to our renewable manager, and one of the things that he pointed out is that having that production meter is something that the customer who has the PV system does find valuable.
Is it optional to the customer who's putting the?
We're putting it on. The customer is not being required to pay for that production meter, so they're getting the benefit of having the data, but they're really not paying for that production meter. We're proposing to socialize it based on an energy allocator.
And I think Mr. Harrington, on a separate issue, I think Mr. Harrington sort of described your demand as being somewhat stagnant over time. And I think that it's been presented here that the average bill for the average residential customer is about 600 kilowatt hours per month. And I know that in that we looked at a graph just a moment ago that showed that a bill at 600 kilowatt hours remaining flat over in the future. But what I'm wondering is, it sounds like you haven't had a whole lot of residential growth in terms of average consumption per customer over the last several years. And what we're seeing in utilities that are doing a lot of beneficial electrification, getting electric vehicles, that sort of thing, they're projecting load growth and a growth in average consumption into the future. Is that something that you project for Black Hills as well, based on, for example, the beneficial electrification plan and that's been submitted, or how does that look going into the future for Black Hills?
That's a good question. I provided some supplemental testimony that projected the rates out to 2040, and we did that based on historic numbers. Primarily, we looked at the growth in the base rates. That's consistent with what we are seeing between this rate case and the last rate case. And we also looked at our riders and having them grow at a fairly consistent rate compared to what they've done in the past. And to your point, if we were to see beneficial electrification or other type of usage increase, then you're right. You would see that those usage would increase. And as we've heard during the last week, that the denominator problem, that would help to increase the sales by which costs are spread over.
And is that something that you have calculated out in terms, taking the beneficial electrification plans that you have, the EV plans, the TEP, all that sort of thing, and then incorporated that to determine how that would impact your load into the future, or have you just looked at basically the historic?
Yeah, both our TEP and our beneficial electrification are very early in the process. We haven't seen a lot of increased usage as a result of those. So we really haven't built in a growth for that at this time. We simply don't know when and by how much that could impact our rates. But, it is certainly something that is possible in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Gilman.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Erens.
Good afternoon.
First I wanted to go to, if we can, a attachment of Mr. Friddle's that was brought up this morning as the potential place to see rate migration between the two, sorry, not the two. I'm looking for the attachment, so I'm a little distracted because I just had it up and I'm looking for it. Let me see. Give me 1 second. It was Mr. Friddle's attachment, hearing exhibit 111, attachment 14. There it is. Gosh, too many windows. Okay. So this was referred to this morning, I think it was, pages 22 through 26 as potentially an appropriate place to look to understand any migration between rate classes of customers. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to see, I understand it's not your attachment. If you can help me understand it, that's great. And if you can't, that I understand. So just want to understand what I'm looking at here. So just to be clear, from pages 22 to 26, it shows different billing determinants and then does some potential adjustments to those to come up with kind of changes in those or adjusted revenues from each rate class. So each page, as I understand it, represents a different rate class. If that makes sense to you.
It does.
Okay, so page 22 here that we're looking at, this is the small general service non-demand. And it doesn't show any change in number of bills or any change in revenue, right?
That's correct.
Between the unadjusted and adjusted. And then if we go to page 23, here we see some change, about 165,000 less in revenue. But more bills. Is the number of bills a decent proxy on this to understand the number of customers on a rate?
I think it's probably a good proxy.
Okay. So this one's interesting because I get a decent amount more bills. I've got 1,619 more bills. But I have 165,000 less in revenue. I was just curious.
Would it be possible to blow that up just a little bit?
Is this okay, or do you still need it a bit bigger?
That'll work. And Commissioner Gilman, can you give me, I guess there's no line.
Yeah, so halfway down, all the way on the right, I'm only looking at the totals. So all the way on the right, the fourth cluster starts with 39,212. So that's the adjusted number of bills. The unadjusted number of bills was on the first line. That was 39,593. So that's 1,619 more bills in the adjusted version. But then you can see down at the bottom a negative adjustment to revenue of $165,000 in the adjusted version.
I see that.
Can you just help me understand kind of how that works. It seems to me there's in the adjustment a decent amount more customers, but then we have lower revenue projection.
Yeah, I think Ethan might have to comment on that.
Okay. Okay. On the page, gosh, what one are we up to? 24 is the next one. This is small general service demand net meters. And here we've got about 28,000 more in revenue and about 25 more bills. So those numbers seem to make a little more sense to me directionally.
Agreed.
And then page 25, we're looking at general service, large general service secondary, and I've got 526,000 more in revenue and about 139 more bills. Again, directionally, these are very large customers, so perhaps that division makes some sense in that category. And then page 26 is secondary net meters, and this shows 32,000 less in revenue and 25 fewer bills. So I think everything to me directionally makes sense, except for that first page 22. I'm struggling.
Yeah, and I'm not able to help clarify what is going on there.
Okay. And the reason this can come down, Ms. Federico, thanks. The reason I got down this rabbit hole was kind of trying to understand the company's process for rate migration of any individual customer from one rate to another, probably bumping up into a demand class and down out of the demand class as probably the most obvious. That might be the most common. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you able to tell me, does the company have a regular process to transfer customers who peak over 50 kilowatts some number of times, I'm not clear on the number of times, from the volumetric rate up to a demand rate?
Yeah, it's a process that doesn't, just because a customer might go over the threshold, they don't automatically get changed to a new customer class. Rather, on approximately a yearly basis, we do a review of the customers and do queries by rate class, determine if there's any customers that have exceeded that demand. And then we take a look at it to see whether or not it's something that is occurring on a regular basis, and then look to see whether or not they better belong in a different rate class. One of the questions that I believe was discussed earlier in the week was whether or not there's any provisions in our tariff that allows for a customer to adjust that if there's good cause. And I can show you where that is in the tariff if you so desire.
I'll take your word for it right now, because I'll keep us moving. But so when you do that annual review, does the same thing happen to customers who are in the demand rate who have not peaked over 50 kilowatts?
Yes.
Is there communication that goes out to the customer so they understand they're being moved, or are they just automatically moved in one direction or the other?
A letter goes out to the customer letting know that there's a change.
Okay. And is it as simple as if they have not peaked over 50 kilowatts in the prior 12 months, they are put back down on a volumetric rate?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for helping clear those things up for me so I understand how it works.
Wish I got that first one though.
What did you say?
Wish I would have got that first one.
Yeah, the first one has some weird math. Well, and I'll be honest, when I saw this, I was somewhat expecting the number of bills to make some sense with each other in terms of like netting zero between rate classes. And that's not what happens. It goes significantly up. And maybe there are adjustments I'm not understanding. You know, I was kind of only assuming that there is this rate class migration from one to the other. Do you understand in these adjustments, are there other things that happen?
I'm sure there are other adjustments that are taking place besides just the reclass.
Okay, because it's a very much predominantly positive change in the number of bills. When we look across reclasses, let me see, it's 1,758 more bills, whatever bills means in this context. So I was expecting that to maybe be more like a net zero situation if they're just moving from one place to another, but that's not necessarily what we're seeing there. Okay. I just want to move on to your calculation on the LM 6000 comparison between the rider recovery and rate-based recovery. So if we can pull up your attachment DSA 1, I'm fine with either version, whatever is handy. I think this one reads pretty clean either way. So as I understand it, in your direct testimony, you essentially conclude that rolling the cost of the LM 6000 into base rates results in approximately $1.2 million in annual savings for customers. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
Okay. So I just want to go to this to see kind of what underlies that. So this is the document DSA 1 that kind of underlies those calculations, right?
Correct.
Okay. Can we go to the second page of this? Okay, maybe you can blow it up just a little within reason. We'll start at the top and kind of move down. So if we can blow it up and focus on the top first, and then it'd be great if we can see the whole width, but if not, is what it is.
Yeah, sorry, just give me a second. It's
no worries.
Not letting me blow it up. There we go.
Perfect, thank you. All right, so I wanted to go through a few of the differences here. When I look at the depreciation, which is listed as line 5, this is actually easier because now there's not cell numbers that conflict with the line number. So this is a little cleaner. Line 5 depreciation, it shows a different value from one treatment to the other, and there's no reference for the rate base option as to where that value came from. So I was curious why that value deviates and what causes the difference in value.
I believe that the depreciation that's on the right side is based on the books. So I can't really tell you why that's different other than what was put in the rider was a number of years ago, and it was locked down at that amount.
Okay. And I think generally your assumptions on the left are that the rider exists in its current format with no adjustments or deviations for the rider portion of the comparison. Is that fair?
That is an underlying assumption.
Okay. And I think we see that play out on the, let's see, the combined state and federal income tax line, which is line 16. So a significantly higher number in the rider versus in the rate base. And that just reflects the difference in your income tax percentage, I guess, if it were done at today's tax rate, which is shown on the right, versus what the tax rate was at the time the rider was implemented, which is on the left case.
I would agree with that.
Okay. The interest expense is line 19. So same situation. We've got about over a doubling of the interest rate in the rider calculation versus the rate base. And that's because I think in two parts, there's a larger interest. The interest percentage is higher from the legacy rider. And then let's see, whatever was line 28, the total rate base is also higher. So by virtue of both those numbers being higher, we end up with a considerably higher interest expense rate.
Correct.
Okay. Just one question, the return on equity that's calculated in the right-hand set looks to reference the return on equity that was in the company's direct case. So would this properly be revised to actually use the one from the rebuttal case?
Yeah, we have not updated that. You're correct.
Okay. And that's like the second to last line. It still shows 5.54 and it should be 5.18, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then help me understand the difference in the plant and service values between the rider treatment and the rate-based treatment. Sorry, that's line 26.
Yeah, I see it.
I went to I actually cannot find a schedule D3 in let's see, where is this other document? In SKJ 13, which is where all the statements and schedules, I think, live. I went there. I can't find a D3. I can find a statement D, which I looked at. And if we can look at the statement, let me see. Is that what I looked at? Let me just look at my notes here to give you a good reference. Because I found a $55 million value when I tried to look in the plant and service from the statements. And I was curious why that also deviates from these values and what's kind of the appropriate value to be using here. Let me try and figure out for you what. Yeah, on statement D, when I look at the adjusted plant and service, well, I guess let's start with, is there another name for the LM 6000? Is it PAGS Unit 6?
It could very well be.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with the mapping of the
Okay.
unit name.
So there's nothing in there that says LM 6000. I think that's like a more technical term. So under the assumption that it's the PAGS Unit 6, when I look at statement D, I see a different value than what you have in there for the plant and service. I'm sorry, Ms. Federico. I think I told you the wrong one, but you're faster than I would be. There you go. D. Okay, so other production plant, PAGS 6. Oh, yeah, we've got it there. Wait a minute. Oh, maybe this is the wrong one. Yeah, plant and service. PAGS 6. Yeah, there it is. Line 32. Yeah. It says 55.36 million. So I was trying to figure out the difference and why do I have different kind of references for the plant and service for this unit, assuming that it is PAG 6. Are there other kind of components that should get added to it to actually understand the plant and service that's represented here on line 24 of your attachment?
Yeah, I cannot answer that question. I think I would have to speak with Ms. Johnson and get something coordinated to be able to tell you where that number is coming from.
Okay, that would be helpful. I tried to do the homework myself, but I could not find that schedule D3 within this document of hers. So it's in the index, but like the actual page doesn't exist from what I can tell. So I just wasn't able to track down where that value came from. And then any idea why the plant and service is different as we look at your comparison in DSA 1 between the rider treatment and rate-based treatment?
Not that I'm aware of, but like I said, I think I can coordinate with Ms. Johnson and probably resolve that question for you.
Okay. Do you know what results in the difference? Thank you. I think we're done with this one. I'm gonna ask a few more questions on DSA 1 if you have it handy. On line 28 of DSA 1, the accumulated depreciation is also significantly different. I have an assumption here But just curious, has the company actually been depreciating the LM6000 all this time?
That's another one I'm gonna have to check with Ms. Johnson on.
Okay. Let's see. I think those are the majority of my questions on the LM6000 comparison. And let me ask you just a question on totally different subject. Tri-state wheeling fees you bring up on page 20 of your direct testimony. About $5 million less in revenue from wheeling that was gained from Tri-State. I just wanted to understand, is that a sure thing? The contract has expired or you're anticipating some change? Just help me understand the certainty of that. Thank you.
It is going away. Tri-State provided notice that they're going to not renew it.
Okay. And then I have a question on the interruptible rider, maybe a couple of questions on the interruptible rider. There are no customers currently taking service under the interruptible rider, right?
That's correct.
So you provide a footnote on page 27 of your direct testimony where you indicate that it appears there's an error in the tariff and it's kind of working the opposite of how it should work in terms of values. It's all the way at the bottom, yeah. So I was just curious, have you investigated how this happened and how we have a tariff that seems to produce, I mean, seems of low consequence because 0 people are on it, but how do we have a tariff that seems to produce the opposite results that we wanted?
I was unable to track that one down as to why that, and that's why I believe it's an error. Obviously, the discount should be the highest for a transmission voltage customer and lowest for a secondary voltage customer. And it looks like one of those numbers might have gotten flipped.
Okay. And you're proposing an almost tripling of the value to customers for being on the interruptible tariff, right?
But there's also a commitment that they have to be ready to interrupt 12 months out of the year as opposed to 4.
Right. So is it just as simple as arriving on that value? It's 3 times as many months, so we multiplied it by 3? Or is there something more to how we got to the value?
There's something more to how we got to the value. I looked at Piesco's ISOC tariff and kind of looked at what the value for a megawatt of interruptible. I would say that Piesco's interruptible program is much more mature. They have more of a menu of options with different amounts of notice and a number of curtailments. But when I kind of looked to see what their credits are for customers and what the credits that we had in our tariff, I kind of migrated to the 750 as being a increase in the amount of credits that the customer could obtain. It's a fairly significant movement from where we are now, but it's not quite to Piesco's level. And since we don't have any customers, it's kind of a way to increase the credits to see what the reaction is.
Okay. In my understanding, from your attachment 2 for the interruptible tariff, as I understand it, a customer would have to dedicate at least 1,000 kilowatts to interruption. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I was just curious, how many customers does Black Hills Electric have that peak over a megawatt?
I don't know that number off the top of my head, but it's a fairly large commitment, but it's also kind of a way to value and have administrative ease in testing this program. And certainly if we start seeing that there's interest in it at that level, or if there's interest in it at a lower level, we can start evaluating whether or not we can make some changes to the tariff to attract more customers.
I guess how would you generally understand if there's interest in it at a lower level? If they're not eligible, how would you come up on that information?
Yeah, that's a good point. However, I know that our business development team has conversations with our largest customers, and some of our largest customers may be less than able to contribute 1 megawatt of commitment for interruptible load, and take some of that feedback that we might get from those customers with the contacts with our business development team.
Okay.
So I think it's going to require some discussions.
I hope you're successful in recruiting folks. I don't have the context to understand how many people are even eligible. And of those eligible, how many, it's probably more of a question, how many customers do you have that are over 2 megawatts, right? Like in terms of how many actually have a megawatt they can shave off. Just with honestly not a massive size customer base. I'm just not sure what your pool is that you're working from to make this work.
I don't think we're working on the deep end of the pool.
Okay. Okay, a couple questions on production meters for you to follow up on some of your conversation with Commissioner Plant. So is it the case that in every new net metered application you install a production meter?
I believe we are.
Okay. You all pay for it, but your proposal here is to include it in rate base, the cost of all those production meters?
Correct.
Okay. In your I don't think we have to pull it up, but in your attachment 11, you go through September 2024 production data versus estimated production, right?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you determine the estimated production for each system?
I think, and I received some help on that from our manager of the renewable program. And I believe that what he did is he took the information based on what was provided by the customer and then applied I can't think of what the tool is, but applied the generation output that would be associated with the size and the positioning of the PV to determine what the estimated would be. And we compared that to what the actual production meter told us it was.
Okay. So let me see, I think there are, how many of these systems on that sheet? Let me see. You knew that very recently. I know that. So for everyone, there are well over 1,000, I think, on that sheet. Is that fair?
I think so, yes.
Okay. So for every single one of those, you had an employee look up their application, use PV watts, and come up with that estimate.
Yes.
That sounds to me like hundreds of hours of work. Do you think it was hundreds of hours of work?
I don't think it was hundreds of hours of work. I think it was probably, and I couldn't verify that, but I know I requested the information and got it within a week.
Okay. I found the number. It was 2,516 systems on that list. Does that sound right?
It does sound right, yes.
Okay. I used to use PV watts a good amount. It probably took 5 minutes per time, and I didn't look up the customer's application, but if we say it took 5 minutes per time, this is it. It seems like a lot of time to do 2,516 times.
As I said, I did not do it, and I don't know how much time it took to complete that.
Okay. How many times has the company done this sort of analysis to compare the actual production to the estimated?
I'm not aware of whether or not we have ever done it in the past, but I may not be the one that would be doing it. So.
Okay, so this is the only time that you know.
That I'm aware of, yes.
There are some interesting outliers on that list. And I was curious, did the company follow up with any of those with the most significant deviations to figure out what's going on?
I don't believe we have. It might be something that we look into.
Okay. Now, through the use of your AMI net meters, even absent a production meter, a customer is only being compensated for the actual amount of solar they produce in their net metering, right?
Right. The net meter captures the net. We don't know what the usage is. We don't know what the production is, but we know what the net is.
Okay. And what does Black Hills regularly do, if anything, with the data that you're getting from the production meters?
I know that certainly when we do res reporting, we're reporting the actual output. As I said, I've had discussions with our renewable manager, and he pointed out that customers do look at their production output. It allows them to have early warning whether or not there's an issue with the systems and get it repaired before they wait to the end of the month to get the net metered bill. And to the extent that there could be other uses of that I'm not aware of, but at least from the regulatory standpoint, that's my understanding what the uses are.
Where's the customer see the value that comes from the production meter? Like, how do you report that to them?
They can go on to our website, and if they have an account with us, they can go in and actually see what the production for their facilities are based on what the AMI is reporting.
Okay. So it sounds like it's fairly similar access and information as you'd get from kind of the integrated monitoring that comes with most of the systems.
Beyond I don't know what comes with the systems.
Okay. Are there any specific changes in distribution, transmission, or generation planning that the company has made based upon the differential between the estimated and the actual behind the meter production?
Not that I'm aware of.
So you had pointed out the customer is not paying for these meters, the customer specifically, I guess, in that circumstance. Are you aware if there are any extra costs that the customer incurs in order to install a production meter in terms of running wiring to the outside of the house before they make the connection, which often happens inside of the house?
Not that I'm aware of.
Would you believe me if I said there generally are some costs to running outside the house on the way to getting to the electric panel?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay, those are my only questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a few questions, and then we'll go to break and have redirect. In my questioning Mr. Harrington, he testified that Black Hills Holding Company is telling the financial community that it intends to invest over $4 billion in total from 2024 to 2028. His testimony was in part based on a recent investor presentation, now labeled as Hearing Exhibit 1500. He also testified that he had no reason to believe that Black Hills, Colorado would not have a proportionate share of that investment, representing as much as a total of $400 to $500 million from 2024 to 2028. Subject to later check, do you have any reason to doubt that characterization?
I don't.
Can we pull up your supplemental direct testimony, Hearing Exhibit 114, Attachment 7? And while they're doing that, let me represent, this is your response to the long-term rate impact analysis requested by this commission. And before I ask you about this, I just want to quote from our supplemental direct testimony order, where we asked the company to provide, and I'm quoting now, a rate forecast through 2040 that incorporates the information provided by the company in its most recent investor presentation for Colorado. We further directed that the company should include a full description of the underlying assumptions of the forecast, incorporating information from the company's investor presentation for Colorado. And that's decision number C-240580 at paragraph 30. Subject to later check, do you have any reason to doubt that I read that right?
I have no reason to think you did.
Can you show me where you, in your supplemental direct testimony analysis, you incorporated that $400 to $500 million in additional capital spending, which represents something like 50% growth in the company's rate base or revenue?
Yeah. When I prepared this, I looked at a number of different factors. One is the investments that were identified in the investor meeting that evolves around the clean energy plan. And since we had already done some modeling in that case where we used the modeling that identified both the investments as well as what the impact would be to such things as the ECA, I incorporated that analysis in this forecast. I also looked at what would happen to base rates. I assumed that looking at the last time that we had a rate case and the case that was proposed in our direct, what the increase was, I applied that each year through the planning forecast, as well as updates to the riders. I looked to see what they had been doing in the past and essentially kind of forecasted that looking forward with some adjustments. There's only 2 years of data for the transportation electrification program, so I left that as it was. But that was my way of trying to identify what was in the investor relations, what we think was likely going to happen with the base rates, and what's going to happen to the riders to give a representation of what we think the bills are going to look like in 2040.
Let's just focus on base rates. It looks like you just multiplied them by a fixed percentage. Is that fair?
That is fair.
And let's look at the TCA. Can you talk about how you escalated the TCA?
Can we increase the size of that a little bit? Thank you. Yeah, since we have the TCA is a transmission cost adjustment. What we're proposing in this case is to essentially zero out the TCA, put that amount into base rates. So you see in 2025, the TCA goes to zero, and then it starts growing in 2026 going forward at a set rate that is consistent with what the growth has been in the last 6 years.
And does that incorporate the data you presented to the investor community in any way? And have you broken that out in any transparent way consistent with our request?
I didn't see any specific information that identified what in that investor relation presentation, what those investments were for. The one that I was confident about was the clean energy plan investments. And that's what I tried to capture. As far as the base rates, the TCA, I essentially based that on historic numbers.
You can take this down. Quick question on the TCA. Assume for purposes of this conversation that this commission had significant concerns with how affordability and rate impacts have been incorporated in the commission and the company's transmission and other investment decisions. To partially address this concern going forward and solely for the purposes of this conversation, Any thoughts of this commission limited TCA cost recovery only to new transmission investments that had received a CPCN?
I have not given that much thought. Certainly, those are projections. Things can change. I think that the idea was to provide some information that projects where we think the rates are likely going to go. But certainly there's changes in legislation, changes in commission policy that would also impact those future rates.
As another way, and totally separate from the rate impact forecast, as another additional way to address affordability and rate impact concerns for this community, any thoughts if this commission were to require approval rights for any capital investments that were more than some fixed amount, say based on depreciation plus inflation plus growth in sales revenue? Any advice on how we get to more tightly managed capital spending in a stagnant sales environment?
I would kick that one to Mr. Harrington. That would be something that is probably well beyond my level.
All right, that's all I had. Let's take a break till 3:15, and we'll come back with Mr. Kirshen redirect. Well, let's wait for Commissioner Gilman. Mr. Cushion, redirect.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Erens, you were asked a series of questions regarding the interruptible tariffs by Mr. Nocera and Commissioner Gilman. Do you recall several of those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that a customer signing up for the interruptible rider would have to sign a service agreement which would define the exact amount of megawatts that are curtailable, and the service agreement would also define the exact terms of the interruption?
That's correct.
Let's talk about the LPS, large power service customer class. You'd agree with me that that customer class is for service over 1,400 kilowatts?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that all LPS customers would be eligible for the interruptible service?
They would be large enough to have 1 megawatt of load that they could offer up to be curtailable. I'm not too sure whether or not their particular operations would be able to curtail, but certainly any customer that's large power would be large enough to be able to, they would have at least 1.4 megawatts of load.
All right. Were you present for Ms. Thomas's testimony yesterday, where she specifically mentioned that one customer has expressed interest in the interruptible tariff?
I was here for that, yes.
Mr. Nocera also asked you about wheeling revenues and single issue rate making. Can you explain or expand on why this is single issue rate making?
Yeah, it's taking a look at the potential of how revenues might change from year to year, but single issue rate making is when you just look at one thing. Realistically, there's so many things that change all the time that, you know, if you're going to look at just one item on the cost side, it would make more sense to look at more things like perhaps O&M.
Let me ask you this. If the commission is inclined to bring in the transmission wheeling revenues, then would you agree with me that it's appropriate for the commission to also bring in the transmission expenses?
I would agree with that.
And can you explain why?
It's just looking at both sides of it, both the revenues and the costs. You know, if you're going to have annual adjustments to a particular thing, you really do need to look at both sides. It shouldn't just be a one-way street.
Now, you're asked a series of questions by Mr. Nocera and also Commissioner Gilman regarding production meters and the value of production meters. Would you agree that production meters are more accurate than net metering?
I think they're more accurate than estimating what the generation is behind the meter. Net metering is just that. It correctly identifies what is used and what is produced, but you only see the net amount. But it does that accurately, but you don't know what the production is behind the meter, unless you have a production meter.
Does the company use the production meter to gather accurate data to comply with the renewable energy standard?
It does.
And you were asked a series of questions by Commissioner Gilman regarding the way that the company calculated the production meter data in rebuttal testimony. Did you have an opportunity over the break to speak with the individual who did that calculation?
I did, and I indicated that they had looked at the actual positioning of it and did an estimate from there, and that is not correct. Mr. Dalton had provided conversion factor for Pueblo, and the calculation that was done to identify what would result from the estimation used that conversion factor for Pueblo and applied it to the size of the unit. So it didn't take him near as much time as what we were talking about with Ms. Gilman, or Commissioner Gilman, I should say.
Now, Ms. Nelson asked you several questions regarding the LM6000, and I did have Commissioner Gilman clarify some of the questions I had during her cross of you or questioning of you. Is there anything unusual with the company recovering the annual revenue requirement for a project?
I believe that's the only project where we have recovery for a generating facility or any other rate base item that's being done through a rider as opposed to base rates.
Would you agree that basic rate making allows the company to recover a return on and a return of its investments?
Yes.
Why is it a benefit to customers to roll the LM6000 into base rates?
Certainly, it's a reduction in the revenue requirement compared to what the current rider is. But I also heard testimony from our treasurer that indicated that the financing of it is done just the same as it is with any other project, and there's really no justification for having it in a separate rider.
Any reason why the commission should continue special treatment for the LM6000?
Not that I'm aware of.
I believe, Chairman Blank, that I have no additional questions for Mr. Erens. I do know that there were some questions that Commissioner Gilman had with respect to, I believe, Ms. Johnson's testimony or attachment. And I have asked our team to dig into it. At this time, I'm not sure if Mr. Sopkin or someone else is able to jump in and discuss any other outstanding matters or questions.
Mr. Sopkin?
Yes, well, it's up to the commission how you would like to address those things. I think we have maybe a few questions with Mr. Friddle remaining, and also there were some questions by Commissioner Gilman that Ms. Johnson can address. We are happy to recall Ms. Johnson for that. I did want to note that the company has decided to waive cross on a number of witnesses, and I could go through that list if you want now. This does, I think, help the timing picture of this entire case.
That would be, let's go through the cross, and Commissioner Gilman, my preference is not to recall witnesses, but if you'd like to, we will. And if you could let us know what you'd like to do while Mr. Sopkin goes through his changes to the cross-examination matrix, that'd be great. Go ahead, Mr. Sopkin.
Starting at the top, and I did mention this morning, we had 20 minutes for Glenn Watkins. We are waiving that. We have 20 minutes for Carrie Kuykendall, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, from UCA. We will waive that. We had 20 minutes for Andrew Bennett from EOC. We will waive that.
Just hold on one second there. Commissioner Plant, any questions for Mr. Bennett?
No, I'm good on all those.
Commissioner Gilman, questions for Mr. Bennett or Kuykendall?
No.
So I think both those witnesses can be excused.
I think it was also Watkins, Mr. Chairman.
I think we excused Watkins, didn't we?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. I'd mentioned that this morning. I was just repeating it.
Okay, thanks.
And then, I can't do so yet, but we almost certainly will be waiving cross of Mr. Abiadun. We've been discussing with staff. He just needs to clarify something on the stand, and then we will waive cross of him. So that can happen, I guess, next week. And so that is, I believe, 20 minutes as well. And finally, based on Ms. Thomas's testimony, we are going to waive cross-examination of Pueblo Movement witness Jeff Shaw.
Okay, I have some questions for Mr. Shaw, so I'd like to not excuse him. Okay.
Oh, and one other matter. So that frees up more than an hour and a half of time, and I don't know that we're going to need it, but we would like to reserve that extra time possibly for Ms. Segal, Mr. Skluzak, and or Mr. Fernandez. But we don't think we will need that full amount, but we're just doing it to reserve it.
Okay. Ms. Mandel, did you have something?
I'd like to, for the record, raise an objection to an extensive increase in the time for cross-examination of Ms. Segala. However, that's for the record, and we'll see what happens when she's on the stand. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Sopkin, well, we'll take that up when Ms. Segala is on the stand, but I think you're entitled to cross-examine, to use that time where you'd like. Commissioner Gilman, what do you think? Do you need to recall the witnesses, or what would you like to do?
We're gonna figure it out.
Well, why don't you,
I mean, I can look more at this. I mean, what I'm trying to figure out generally is in that EJF 14 on page 23 that I went over with the prior witness, why we've got a fairly substantial reduction in anticipated revenues, but looks like more customers in that class. I'll keep looking at it, see if I can make it make any sense.
all right. I guess should we just continue with Ms. Segala now?
Before we go forward, Commissioner Blank, I think for Commissioner Gilman, we may have an answer. We followed up as we've been listening with Mr. Friddle. And as he was listening to the conversation, at least where you saw you were right to be confused as to why that small general system bill numbers were too high in the kilowatts, because when he went back and checked his formula as to that schedule, there was an addition that was put in two numbers instead of subtraction. So there's a double count really essentially going on there as opposed to a subtraction. The good news here is that the revenues are correct on that schedule, because they actually are calculated separately. And so really, according to Mr. Friddle and Mr. Hyatt, I mean, this is actually kind of a small error in the overall scheme of it. And I think their proposal would be at the end of the case when, we have final revenue numbers and final from the commission, that they could fix it at that point. But we have Mr. Friddle available if you wanted to, get into more detail on those schedules at this time before we go into the staff's case.
Commissioner Gilman?
Sorry, maybe it makes sense for 5 minutes for him to tell us what's wrong on this sheet.
All right, let's
Seems cleaner than dealing with it through the attorney kind of testifying about what's
Yeah.
different.
Yep, that's fine.
Mr. Friddle, are you out there in the world? There you are. Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you put your hand down? Is anybody with you or communicating with you in any way?
Nope.
If that changes, you'll let us know.
Yep. Yes.
And we'll skip the rest and just jump to you, Commissioner. Well, I guess, Mr. Law, do you want to walk him through it? I guess, yeah, I turn it to you, Mr. Law.
No, I'll honestly, he's introduced himself, and so we'll tender him for cross-examination.
Commissioner Gilman, you want to ask your question? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. Off to a great start. Okay. So just briefly, in your hearing attachment 111, attachment EJF 14, on page 23 of the PDF, I was curious if you could clarify why I'm a little confused directionally by what looks like more customers or more bills by a significant number, and then a fairly substantial amount less revenue expected.
Yeah, if we can pull it up and walk you through it here.
Sorry, you said EJF 11, right?
Yeah, EJF 14. Maybe I misspoke. It's hearing exhibit 111, EJF 14. And then we'll go to page 23. And the public version works just fine.
Got it. Sorry, that was probably my error.
No, there's a lot of numbers.
So be page
23. There we go.
Could we zoom in a little bit?
And I haven't found an executable. Are you aware if an executable version of this has been submitted?
I would have to defer to our legal team as far as if there's an executable out there.
Okay.
All right. So if you look at, let's just go with January just to make it easy, looking at 1 month. So the way that it's calculated, I'm taking the number of bills unadjusted and adding the bills coming in, so that it'd be the 3,126 plus the 59, and then subtracting out the going out, so that's 68. So the adjusted is showing 3,253, and that's because it's adding the 59 and the 68 instead of adding the 59 and subtracting the 68. So it should actually be subtracting 9 overall. So that adjusted number should be 3,117. So across all the months, it's has that same formula. So
you've kind of showing too many bills.
Yep. And then, but the way the revenues down below are being calculated, the formula is correct. So that's why it is showing the negative going, or the revenues going down.
Okay. Have you found a similar issue on any of the other sheets?
Nope, I checked all the other ones and they are calculating correctly. So that's why the confusion was probably on this one, where the calculation was backwards.
What about the volumes that appear?
The volumes also, sorry.
I'm sorry.
The volumes are also have the incorrect formula on this page.
Okay. Okay. So we're seeing too high of number of bills and too high of volumes for that kind of right in the middle of the page situation.
Correct.
Is there anywhere on this page where those values are used?
They are used in the billing determinants.
So if I look at January, the 3,253 customers, which is the adjusted, and the 12.4 million kilowatt hours, those are used in the billing determinants?
Yes.
Where is that?
So it'd be attachment EJF 7.
Okay, do you know where those come in EGF 7? Well, I see, I guess, line 18, page 1, line 19, number of bills.
Yeah, it'd be on the number of bills.
Okay, so that's incorporating kind of the wrong number of bills, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then the volumes in kilowatt hours also on those lines right after like 21, 22, those include that in appropriate value.
Yeah. So that'd be, I think, page 5 for the small general service.
Okay.
So, or actually, maybe page 6.
Small general service demand, is that the same one? Yeah, small general service demand, right? Okay, so when I look at page 5, right? Number of bills and the volume, lines 3 and 4, both need to be adjusted. Right?
Yes.
Those
Sorry,
are inaccurate.
Small, yeah.
Or wait, no, the adjusted, I'm sorry. So the adjusted, lines 12 and 13 are the inaccurate ones, right?
So it would flow into the unadjusted actually.
Oh, okay.
But
so the adjusted value from the other one we were talking about, attachment 14, flows into unadjusted.
Yes.
Here in EJF 7.
Yes.
Okay. So what is the result if those unadjusted values were lower as they should be? Where else does that flow to?
So the billing determinants are used in the class cost of service study and the rate design.
Okay, so the class cost of service study then is showing more bills and more volumes for this rate class than it should.
Correct.
And what would be the result of fixing that error? Directionally, I guess. I don't know how long it takes to fix that, if we can see results by Monday. But what would happen?
I don't know how long it would take. I'd have to defer to Mr. Hyatt for how long. The impact would be fairly small considering the magnitude of it. But as far as how long it would take and the overall impact, I would have to defer to Mr. Hyatt.
But that's a pretty generally small rate class, right? That small general service demand.
Yes.
So would this result in them being over allocated costs a bit?
Possibly.
Okay. I agree with you that the number is not huge, but they're percentage wise in that rate class, it looks like if I look at January, they've been over allocated about 5%. in terms of volume. Somewhere thereabouts.
Yeah, subject to check. I'm sorry, I can't do the math quite that fast.
Okay. Okay, so this went into the class cost of service study. Does this also go into kind of the expected revenues from that class are bigger than they would be in reality?
The revenues below, yes, so it would be higher, shown higher.
Okay. 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 So, Ms. Frederico, maybe we can go back to that first one we were looking at, page 23 of the prior document. Okay. So now understanding we don't really have a massive change in customers. We probably actually have a outflow of a small amount of customers. Is that fair?
Yeah, so I can do the math faster on this one just because I can see it a little better. So that for January, it shows 3,253 customers, and it should actually be 3,117.
Okay.
So it's actually 136 customers difference from what it's showing currently.
Okay. And does that, sorry, it's all new to me what the issue is and trying to figure it out. But in looking at the total column with expected reduction in revenues, and I suppose this expected reduction in revenues for this reclass factors into the company's revenue requirement expectations, right?
It factors into the revenue deficiency, not into the revenue requirement.
Sure. I mean, kind of the same thing. Whatever your revenue requirement is, results in deficiency. Okay, so this still seems like a pretty sizable reduction in revenue from what is a pretty small rate class. Do you have any concerns about these values?
I guess these were the numbers we provided, and I just calculate the numbers. It looks like it's about a 1% change based on the 165,000 over the 12 million.
Okay. And have you reviewed the rest of the formulas in the bottom half of this sheet to just check for other errors?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for helping me understand a little better. I think I have a better idea of what's going on here. Yeah, I think that's it, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Friddle, for being available.
Thanks. Let's go to Ms. Segal.
Chairman, just one point for Commissioner Gilman. She'd asked about where the executable files were at, and we have a citation for you to find those. If you want to find the executable, they're in Hearing Exhibit 111, then executable attachments EJF 6 and 7 dash billing determinants HC. So those are in the record already. They should be available for you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Sopkin?
Mr. Chairman, I just wonder if I could make a proposal. I mean, we had an issue that just came up with this, with these questions. I think we have a remaining issue that Ms. Johnson can address. We can make sure we get that squared up and presented first thing Monday morning, probably in a matter of 15 minutes with Ms. Johnson.
The number seems to take 15 minutes.
I would hope so. I count, based on all these crosses that we're waving, I'm counting maybe 5 hours left of cross times, at least listed, not counting the possible extra hour and a half that I reserved. I think we can get done with this proceeding Monday, but certainly Tuesday. And it's Friday at 3:45. We were just going to suggest if there's any way we could break for the weekend, we would appreciate that, but it's up to your honor.
Wait, you want to break now?
I mean, it's just, yeah, it's a proposal that we recess now and then get started fresh Monday. We could finish off with those last remaining small issues with our case. We could rest and then move on to the cross-examination phase, if that's the commission's preference.
I think my preference would be to get as far as we can with Ms. Segala. If we need to put Ms. Johnson on for some reason, we can do it Monday, but I have an enormous preference for finishing Monday and not bleeding into Tuesday if we can,
okay.
Given where we're at. Commissioner Gilman, Commissioner
I'm
Gilman.
not anticipating wanting Johnson
Yeah, that's
at this point. So if that helps.
that helps. All right, let's Ms. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to advise everybody that Mr. Skluzak, to the extent we do go into Tuesday morning, Mr. Skluzak will not be available at through 11 o'clock that morning. So if we could plan accordingly, that would be great.
Okay. Ms. Mandel, Ms. Segala, you out there? There you are. I can't see you now.
Sorry.
There you are. Ms. Concelia, did you have something?
Your Honor, it's hard to figure out who's on first and who's on second right now. You're doing a better job than I am, but housekeeping matter. I see Mr. Albright with bated breath is ready to start, but I don't think he's entered his appearance yet unless I've missed that.
I don't know.
Your Honor, I recall Mr. Sopkin entering my appearance at the first day of hearing.
I think
that was certainly my intent. I did introduce that he was going to appear.
That's my recollection too. So,
well, he's not been on any of the email circulations or anything. Usually it's customary that a notice of entry is filed, and I'm assuming Mr. Sopkin or Mr. Albright will do that.
Can you commit to do that, Mr. Sopkin?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Ms. Segala, can you hold up your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Put your hand down. Is anybody with you or with you now or communicating with you in any way?
No.
If that changes, will you let us know?
I will.
With that, back to you, Ms. Mandel.
Yes, Ms. Segala, would you please state for the record your name and spell your last name and state what your title is?
Fiona Segala, that's S-I-G-A-L-L-A, and I'm a senior economist.
And did you cause to be filed and prepared with this commission your hearing exhibits, highly confidential, confidential, and public versions, the revision 1, hearing exhibit 500, hearing exhibits 500?
Yes, I did.
And the accompanying attachments, I believe there were 74, is that correct?
That sounds right, and one revised attachment.
Right. The witness is available for cross-examination, Chair.
Mr. Albright, I have 90 minutes plus. Oh, you're unmuted, sir.
Yes, thank you, Chair Blank. Is it your intention to finish that full 90 minutes and go over 5 o'clock, or should I try to schedule a convenient break?
Yeah, if you have a breaking point around 5, you know, a little before, a little after, that'd be great.
Okay.
Better a little before, if that's all right.
That's fine. I mean, I could cut it off probably. There's probably 4 or 5 places I could cut it off. So if everyone's getting tired, just let me know.
All right. Yeah, shoot for like 4:50, 4:55 if you could.
Okay, sure.
We'll feel our way through. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Segala. We meet yet again. I have met you before, and you met me before. Isn't that true?
This is true.
And in fact, there's many issues in this case that you and I have discussed before during rate case proceedings. Isn't that right?
Yes,
Now you are, I'll ask you this, I always do. You are not a lawyer, correct?
that is correct.
And you are not an accountant.
That is correct.
You do not have an accounting degree, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Could we call up Mr. Harrington's rebuttal testimony, hearing exhibit 116? And turn to pages, so let's start at page 16. And where that heading starts, retroactive rate making, can we just, are you familiar with this testimony, Ms. Segala?
Yes,
And have you read Mr. Harrington's testimony in this section about retroactive rate making?
yes, I did.
And can we just scroll through page 17 slowly? And I think it ends on page 18. So I just wanted to ensure that you know what I'm referring to.
Let me know when you're ready for me to turn the page, Ms. Segala.
You can turn the page. You can scroll some more. Yes, you can keep going. Okay, are we going to keep going? Keep going.
I think it ends at the bottom of this page, but you might want to scroll just to ensure that I'm correct.
I'm fine if you want to keep going.
Yep. So I just wanted to know if you have any reason to disagree or dispute any of the points that Mr. Harrington made in that discussion of retroactive rate making.
No, I don't believe in the testimony that we've just scrolled through.
You don't believe in it?
I do not believe that I disagree with the testimony that we just scrolled through. There were other references to retroactive rate making elsewhere in his testimony, but that part I think I agreed with.
Okay. Yeah, so on specific issues you're referring to, this is just general discussion right here, right?
He made some disparaging remarks about me and my testimony regarding retroactive rate making that I didn't appreciate, but I think we probably both have a very similar definition for retroactive rate making. He just mischaracterized my testimony.
Okay. So could we call up hearing exhibit 187 in the company's box, please? Do you recognize this as being a discovery request propounded on staff in this proceeding, Ms. Segal?
I do.
And could we just scroll down to the response? And so here you discuss your understanding of retroactive rate making, correct?
That's correct.
I'd move for admission of hearing exhibit 187, Mr. Chairman.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
So staying on this on page, you're talking about changing a rate after the fact. And when you're talking about changing a rate, you're talking about base rates, or are you talking about riders or other types of rates? Are we really referring to base rates in that statement?
We're talking about rates that the commission has set, that the commission makes a decision and sets rates.
Okay. Well, isn't a rider a rate? Would you include a rider within the definition of a rate?
I think that the thing that would distinguish a rider from base rates is just the frequency with which adjustments can be made. It's a different mechanism, but it's a commission decision.
But isn't a rider also an exception, or can be an exception from the prohibition against retroactive rate making, because there's a mechanism that's in the tariff that provides for recovery of past costs going forward?
I guess so for example, perhaps you're saying that if we have an ECA that has, we do at times have regulatory mechanisms that allow us to smooth costs, right? So I guess I don't want to oversimplify what is a complex problem. However, in general, the commission makes a decision about how it's going to set rates and doesn't look to yesterday's rates that it set and say that it wants to change the decision that it put in place last year.
Okay. Well, I'm really focusing on this page where I think let's move to D. You say staff is not opposed to commission. I think there should be approved mechanisms that are approved upfront to track and address costs that are volatile or otherwise hard to predict. Now, wouldn't a rider qualify as one of those mechanisms?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And would you agree that a deferred accounting mechanism would also be one that would qualify in that sentence as a mechanism to track and address costs?
I think, tracker, when you say, I just want to be clear about what we're talking about when you say a deferred accounting mechanism. The commission may allow the creation of a regulatory asset without authorizing recovery of the regulatory asset. There are complexities to this, but ultimately the commission has the authority to make decisions regarding this or any other rate recovery mechanism.
Okay, but you would agree that the commission can only establish rates prospectively and not retroactively. Would you agree with that statement?
I think that I believe that the commission has it has authority and powers to set just and reasonable rates, and that the commission will be the one that will make the decision about whether something is retroactive rate making or not.
Okay. So you used the term tracker. Can you just elaborate on what you mean by a tracker, since I mentioned a rider and I mentioned a deferred accounting mechanism, but you use a more general term, which I think I need you to clarify what you mean by a tracker.
Well, I use the word tracker because the discovery response that you're referencing mentions the term track, that at times the company has asked in this proceeding for a number of trackers. And for example, I have recommended that the commission put in a tracker for pension expense. And so that would mean that we would set a base level, and then the company would track how much actual costs were. And the next time they come in to reset the tracker, we would determine how much it was above or below the base level and adjust rates accordingly.
Okay. So looking at that example, I think we're probably talking about the same thing, but if the commission were to establish a base level of pension expense, approve the tracker as you recommended, I think the company agrees that, or we're willing to agree to a tracker for those costs. If the company were to incur more, say next year after the rates go into effect, then what's in that base level in a revenue requirement, wouldn't the company account for that through a regulatory asset and defer those costs until it can recover those in the next rate case?
Correct.
And so if
Or
the company,
liability, I'm sorry to talk over you, regulatory asset or liability.
right, if the company were to actually incur less expense than the base level approved in this case, then the company would record a regulatory liability and flow that back to customers or credit it back to customers in the next rate case. True?
That's correct.
Okay. And in that case, has the commission approved a regulatory asset by approving a tracker?
I think that comes down to the commission's decision. For example, I think generally the nomenclature that people use is a regulatory asset or a regulatory liability, but ultimately it is the commission that decides if something is a regulatory asset or a regulatory liability.
So does the company need to get explicit approval from the commission before it can record the regulatory asset?
That is my understanding.
Or is the approval of the tracker an implied approval of establishing a regulatory asset or regulatory liability?
Well, as you mentioned, I'm not an accountant. And so we're somewhat splitting hairs here. I think that we both generally understand how a tracker mechanism works, whether the money that is created is a regulatory asset or a regulatory liability. I don't know the appropriate accounting term for that. It is my understanding that a regulatory asset can only be created when the commission gives the utility the impression that they're going to be able to recover that amount of money. And so in that instance, I think from my understanding of the accounting rules, that a utility would not be wrong to create a regulatory asset or a regulatory liability because they're under the impression that the commission has given them that authority. But whether it's, I'm not sure if it's an official term or not.
Okay. Now, would you agree that when the company records expenses in a regulatory asset that there's no guarantee that the company's going to get recovery, but they're the type of costs that typically are just and reasonable if reviewed and determined not to be unjust and unreasonable, correct?
My understanding is that once the utility has labeled something a regulatory asset or a regulatory liability, that they're signaling to their accountants that that's their understanding of what the treatment of those costs will be. However, as I said, the commission has the ultimate authority on recovery of costs.
Okay. I won't belabor that. Let's move on because you refer just one more. You talk in part D here that you do not support any type of retroactive rate making that violates the established principles. Now, when you say established principles, you're talking about those principles that prohibit retroactive rate making. Is that true? Well, I guess that's kind of circular, isn't it? So are the established principles different principles than there are certain types of retroactive rate making that don't violate the established principles? Is that what you're referring to there?
I think that answer is tied to answer number A, which is the practice of changing a rate after the fact. That's the established principle is within the definition of retroactive rate making, such as setting future rates to recoup past losses or refund excess profits to customers. For example, if the company had been over-earning, the commission would be hesitant to calculate what that over earning was and then return that money to ratepayers, because that would be retroactive rate making.
Okay, that's a good start. Let's
Can I also say, Mr. Albright, that in my testimony, I provided 3 examples of instances where the utility did over recover since the last rate case. And I not only didn't recommend recovery of those, I explicitly said that that's the rate making process, that we cannot recover the over recovery.
And you cannot recover the over recovery.
Well, we can't, that to the extent that the utility over recovered, for example, with the cost of debt. Soon after rates were set, the utility refinanced their debt and lowered their cost of debt. And so they collected more from ratepayers than was necessary for providing electric service. And staff is not recommending that we quantify that and compensate ratepayers for that money, because that's part of the rate making process. That's part of regulatory lag, that some things are more expensive and some things are less expensive.
Well, you stated just now that based on the reduced cost of debt, that the company collected more than its cost of service. Isn't that your statement?
No, I said more than the cost to provide electric service. The commission set the cost of service at a rate case, but in between rate cases, the cost of providing electric service varies. Like I said, some things go up, some things go down. The company had a windfall of wheeling revenue last year that gave them more money. They go in both directions.
Okay, but how can you determine that the company immediately started over recovering the cost of providing service if you don't do a full revenue requirements analysis?
I think that's a fair question. I should have perhaps been clear if I wasn't, that I'm talking about with regard to the cost of debt.
Okay.
That when we set rates, we take a snapshot in time and things change.
Okay. Now, in your testimony, starting at page 140, you mentioned this. This is hearing exhibit 500. You mentioned this, that you have recommended a pension tracker. I guess it's pension and retiree healthcare expense tracker. And this is related to the periodic pension expense and the periodic retiree healthcare expense, not related to any historical legacy regulatory assets that may have been amortized in the past. Correct?
That's correct. There are 3 things at issue in this proceeding regarding pension: the expense, the prepaid pension, and the regulatory asset. So you're right. We need to be careful how we talk about those 3.
Now, see on line 20 of this page, you state, staff acknowledges that rate making principles do not allow the commission to return these prior over collections to ratepayers, but the commission can ensure the history does not repeat itself. In other words, you're asking the commission to prevent any over or under recovery going forward for this element of cost, correct?
That's correct.
But you are acknowledging that there's rate making principles that prevent the commission from going back and demanding refunds or directing refunds of any over collections that may be perceived to have been recovered for these costs in the past.
Because there was not a tracker in place at the time of the last rate case, this is one of those costs that changes between rate cases, and that's part of regulatory lag. And the rate making principles are that we look at the cost of service today. We don't look back at it.
Okay, so there are 3 main issues that Mr. Harrington takes issue with. I'm not sure I recall the disparaging remarks, but I don't think he was happy with those recommendations. One of those is the federal income tax on the LM 6000 that was being recovered through the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act revenue requirement. You recall that?
I do.
Now, you just mentioned that there was no tracker for these pension and retiree medical expenses in the past. And so the commission is prohibited to retroactively require, we'll use the term disgorgement of those excess costs that were recovered allegedly. But what is there a tracker for the federal income tax expense on the LM 6000? Did the commission ever adopt or direct that a tracker be?
Yes.
Okay.
In the decision opening proceeding number 18M0074EG, the commission directed utilities to record and track as a deferred regulatory liability the difference between tax liabilities caused by the enactment of the TCJA as compared to the federal tax amounts used to establish rates currently in effect. And I apologize to the court reporter. I read that so fast. That was a quote. If you'd like me to read it again, I'd be happy to do that.
And what are you reading from, Ms. Segala? Is that the decision?
That is the decision.
And would that be, let's see if I have that decision here.
I would also add in that proceeding that Black Hills said that all benefits related to the TCJA will go to customers as soon as possible, and that BHE is not seeking to keep any portion of the tax savings, including those tax savings retroactive to January 1st, 2018. So that was part of Black Hills' plan as well.
Now, are you reading from the company's plan that was filed in compliance with that decision?
Correct. On page 3, that was what Black Hill's statement was. And again, I'll quote, BHE is committed to providing the benefits of the federal tax reductions to its customers in a manner that is as administratively straightforward and as timely as possible.
Okay, can we call up hearing exhibit 415? I think that was Ms. Concilia's exhibit. I don't show that it was admitted, but I show that it was identified and discussed. Now, I may be wrong. If Mr. Chairman, you want to correct me that it was admitted. And is this the decision you were reading from?
That is correct. And I believe it's on the first page. I don't recall the paragraph number. Well, the first page of actual words. Let's see. Yeah, in paragraph 2, the second sentence there, we direct the utilities to record and track as a deferred regulatory liability the difference in tax liabilities caused by the enactment of the TCJA as compared to the federal tax amounts used to establish rates currently in effect.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask the commission to take administrative notice of this and admit it into the record if it hasn't already been admitted.
Any objections?
None, thank you.
So admitted to the extent it hasn't been admitted.
And let's call up Ms. Concilia's hearing exhibit 414. I believe that is the plan the company filed. Nope, that's not it.
That's not.
Let's see. Could it be 416? I might have just backed up instead of going forward. I think it is 416. My apologies. There it is. Can you please scroll down? Is this what you were reading from, Ms. Segala?
Yeah, if you could scroll to page 3, I believe it's that document. I didn't see what Ms. Concilia had put in the record, so I'm not 100% sure. Can you scroll down a bit? I think there may be another page number on the bottom of that, so it may not be consistent. Yeah, that is page 3. Okay. So yeah, if you want to scroll up again a little bit, but it says right there, while BHE is concerned about the potential negative impact that reducing customer rates, BHE is committed to providing the benefits of the federal tax reductions to its customers in a manner that is as administratively straightforward and as timely as possible. BHE is not seeking to keep any portion of the tax savings.
Okay,
Again,
and
apologies
is
to the
it,
court reporter for saying
and
that.
could we find the reference to the LM 6000 in this document, please? I would do it, but I can't call it up quickly enough.
I think it's a couple pages down.
If you see it and I
Yeah, I
don't,
think
stop
it's
me.
down. Keep going. My apologies. It's near the end, as if an afterthought. Yeah, it's 22
There it is.
pages. It's near the end,
No, it's
isn't
right
it?
here.
Oh, there it is.
So this talks about, let's scroll up just a bit. Says in decision number C161140, you see that?
Yes.
And this is where we discuss, or Black Hills discusses the CACJA rider, the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act rider, how the rate base was determined for other elements by the commission in that decision. Let's keep scrolling down. And in the next paragraph, this is where it's discussed that the commission, I'm looking at the sentence that says the repurposed CACJA rider became effective on January 1, 2017. And as discussed in more detail below, the commission expressly ordered that the Clean Air, Clean Jobs Act rider collect a fixed revenue requirement for the LM 6000 without any true up until BHCOE's next rate case. And the company did not propose in its plan to make any refunds or true ups or redetermine the revenue requirement for the LM 6000. Isn't that true?
Well, the company, in the next sentence that in the beginning of the next paragraph states the phase 1 rate case is currently pending review by the Denver District Court. So it was left as something that was pending, but I don't think that alters the fact that the commission established a regulatory liability.
Okay, but again, even if the commission directed a regulatory liability to be established, that's not a commission determination on recovery or disposition of that regulatory liability, is it?
I think that's correct. Staff is making a recommendation that based on the facts and evidence that be a regulatory liability that is recoverable, and the commission in its authority will decide if it agrees that the facts and evidence indicate that a regulatory liability was created, and in this rate case that it's recoverable.
Okay, so you brought me past several questions I was going to ask you before we got to this document.
Sorry.
No, you sped it up. So the commission, now you're familiar with this proceeding, and were you involved in reviewing utility filings in compliance with the commission's decision that we just got admitted into the record?
You're speaking to the TCJA?
Yes.
I was not, I believe I wasn't the lead on that proceeding. I worked on it, but it was a flurry of filings, and I worked more on some utilities than on others. And I honestly don't recall how much I worked on the Black Hills, but I was involved. I was aware of it. It was an intense period to try and figure this out.
Okay. Chair Blank, before I forget, I would move for admission of Exhibit 416 if it hasn't already been admitted into the record.
Any objection?
None, thank you.
So admitted to the extent it hasn't.
Now, I'm going to come back to this issue, but you sidestepped me a little bit. I was going to ask you about the other two issues that Mr. Harrington believes are retroactive rate making, the company believes are retroactive rate making. And the other one is the rate case expense that was established in the 2016 rate case.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, and did the commission establish a tracker for those rate case expenses in that rate case?
Well, with all due respect to the commission, I think that the language surrounding the recovery of rate case expenses was unclear. And the decision stated, and again, I will quote that, so I'll tell you when I quote, because it says, I'm not quoting yet. The company could only recover actual incurred rate case expenses, and the cost of service, quote, will be limited to no more than the company's estimate of $550,000 and shall be recovered over a 3-year period.
Okay,
That's end quote. So, Mr. Albright, just to help you a little bit, I acknowledge that the commission did not explicitly set a tracker. Like I said, I think it was a bit vague, that it did not, I believe the discussion at the time was that the commission was uncomfortable with adjusting rates because they wanted to not introduce confusion to ratepayers. But when I read a commission decision that says will be limited to no more than the company's estimate of $550,000 for actual rate case expenses, I wanted to give the commission an opportunity to review the issue and decide if they thought that it was just and reasonable that the utility not over recover that actual amount.
now, as far as that $550,000, are you familiar with the Denver District Court's decision of the company's appellate review of that decision?
Yes, I looked at it a few days ago.
And let's see what exhibit that is. I think it's been admitted into the record too. I wasn't planning on discussing it, but you raised the 550,000. Well, we'll skip that. I think that we can just handle that on brief. Would you be surprised, Ms. Segala, if the Denver District Court overturned the commission's $550,000 cap in that decision? And so the commission's decision capping that recovery of rate case expense was overturned as a matter of law?
My recollection, and I apologize, I don't know if you want to pull it up or I can read it later, but my understanding was that there was an adjustment that was made, but that it didn't adjust the recovery of actual incurred rate case expenses.
Okay.
But again, this is an issue. I'm providing the facts and evidence to the commission, and the commission can make the judgment of whether this is retroactive rate making or not.
Okay, and then the third issue that Mr. Harrington disagrees with is the recovery of the amortization related to the legacy Aquila pension regulatory asset and retiree medical regulatory asset, correct?
That is correct.
And you and I have quite a history on that issue, do we not, Ms. Segala?
Oh, we have quite a history.
Well, I'll go through that history, but did the commission establish a tracker for those amortizations in the 2016 rate case?
That's a question I wasn't prepared to answer, because I don't think the commission, I think it's possible that they did. I believe, but I'll be honest, I don't have that language in front of me. My recollection is that they directed the utility to provide more detailed information about it. And certainly in the gas case, they authorized or they required tracking. I can't recall it precisely in the 2016 case. But they didn't author, in my opinion, they didn't authorize recovery. They allowed the utility to continue to collect the amount, but they said, and I quote, well, I should say wait to quote, that the record, quote, did not answer many questions surrounding the Aquila pension issue. Therefore, we direct Black Hills to include in its direct case in the next phase 1 rate proceeding more detailed information regarding this matter, end quote. So it seems pretty straightforward to me that they were requiring the utility to I'm cautious to use the word track, but to provide more information, including those balances. At the time of that proceeding, there was, while you and I have spent a lot of time talking about this, we didn't talk about it at that proceeding. There was a lot of information that has come to light over the years that was not available to the commission at that time. So I don't believe that the commission authorized recovery and that is a done deal.
Okay, well, I was going to get into that too, but you were just reading from the decision from the 2016 Colorado Black Hills Colorado Electric rate case, right? That's decision C-16-1140.
That is correct.
And I think that's in the record 3 times. So I don't know which one we want to call up, but we could look at hearing exhibit 407 or Mr. Skluzak's hearing exhibit 302 attachment CWS 15 or Mr. Fernandez's hearing exhibit 303 attachment RAF 17. So maybe we should just pick one, Mr. Chairman, and we'll use that one for statements of position.
I saw 407 first, so I just pulled that one up for now. But if you want the other, let me know.
Let's use this one unless somebody adjusts.
I think they're all the same.
All right.
Maybe just citing to the decision and not an exhibit number would work in the statements of position. So let's turn to page 47, paragraph 143, and see if this is what you were reading from.
My understanding is I was reading from paragraph 137.
Okay, maybe I'm...
So we can read your part.
Yeah, that was rate case expense. Yeah, see, you got me all out of order, Mrs.
I got you flustered. I'm sorry, Mr. Albright.
Let's see if we can find it.
Well, I think it's right there in the middle of the page. We will,
there it is, yes.
We will allow the amortization expense to remain in the cost of service for this proceeding because the proposed expense was represented as being included in pension expenses in prior company rate cases. Nevertheless, we concur with staff that the record in this proceeding does not answer many questions surrounding the Aquila pension issue. Therefore, we direct Black Hills to include in its direct case in its next phase 1 rate case proceeding more detailed information regarding this matter, end quote.
Okay, so let's explore your interpretation of this, because were you listening in when your staff's attorney, Mr. Nocera, was asking questions on this issue? I think it was of Ms. Johnson, but it might have been, yeah, I think it was Ms. Johnson.
I think it was Ms. Johnson.
Yeah. And it appeared from his discussion that staff is taking the position that this paragraph conditions all recovery from the beginning of time when these amortizations began, which is 2008, to providing information in this rate case supporting prior recovery, past recovery of these costs. Is that how you interpret that?
That is correct. As we discussed at the beginning of this, the commission needs to authorize the creation and recovery of a regulatory asset. The utility recovered it without commission even being aware, let alone authorizing recovery. So it's not retroactive rate making, in my opinion, to say you recovered something that you were not authorized to recover. And to be clearly they allowed you to continue to collect it in the cost of service. But in my opinion, that doesn't mean that the regulatory asset that began collecting, I think, almost 10 years before this decision was authorized for Black Hills to keep.
Okay, so, and this decision was in 2016. And so why is that not retroactive rate making? Even if it's true that was a valid interpretation, which I will dispute, but I'll get into that later. But why would that not violate the prohibition against retroactive rate making for all periods prior to 2016 when this order was issued?
There was never a commission decision authorizing recovery. The company just started recovering it without commission authorization. As I said, during that proceeding, there was a vacuum of information about it. It took us at least a year before we really fully understood. In fact, at the time of this decision, we were unaware that there was a retiree healthcare regulatory asset that had already finished recovering. And I would add that the cost of service in that proceeding did not have a line item that clearly indicated the recovery. There was nothing in your direct testimony about it. In fact, there was nothing in the direct testimony of the prior proceedings, and it was not in the cost of service in the prior proceedings. I took the time to go back and look for it.
Okay, but I thought we established earlier that, well, let me just verify that what you're saying is because the company did not seek an explicit commission decision approving the initial establishment of the regulatory assets on its books that it started amortizing over time as the pension expense and retiree medical expense, that failure to get explicit approval is the basis for your position that the company was never authorized to recover these costs.
I don't think you can give me a commission decision where the commission authorized recovery of those costs. And in fact, I don't think you can provide testimony prior to this decision where the company disclosed these. Well, I should say prior to my answer testimony in that proceeding. I read it in a 10K. That's not the way to set just and reasonable rates. The commission can't be expected to understand what the utility is doing by reading its 10K. You need to come in and ask for permission to do things.
But
and
have the utilities in Colorado obtained commission approval to account for its pension, its retiree medical expenses on an accrual basis in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles?
Yes, but that's not what this is.
Okay, we'll dispute that, but that is, you say that the commission has adopted accrual accounting. So let's go back to your interpretation here. The first sentence says, we will allow the amortization expense to remain in the cost of service for this proceeding. In other words, the commission is approving recovery in this revenue requirement.
Yes,
But
and look 3 words forward. It says proposed expense. It doesn't say authorized expense.
well, doesn't we will allow the amortization expense to remain in the cost of service mean it's approved for the in the cost of service?
That's up to the commission to decide. My recommendation is that the company never asked for it, never provided sufficient information about it. And as it said, more questions, and it gave Black Hills an opportunity to explain themselves in direct testimony in this proceeding, and the company declined to do that.
But isn't it reasonable, Ms. Segala, for the fact that the circumstances surrounding the commission's approval of the amortization expense in that cost of service is the condition for the direction that was given to the commission or given to Black Hills to include that information in its next rate case? That if it seeks to again include this amortization expense in its cost of service, it must provide this additional information. Isn't that a reasonable interpretation?
I disagree.
And doesn't that interpretation not violate the prohibition against retroactive rate making, whereas your interpretation does violate the prohibition against retroactive rate making?
This is actually kind of entertaining because these costs are retroactive rate making. If this is not even pot calling kettle. You are accusing me of what you're doing. And at this point, I will quote from Nooney's rebuttal testimony in that proceeding, where she says, prior service costs are the result of plan amendments implemented by Aquila prior to the acquisition date. These prior amendments increased the benefits allocation for previously rendered service, which created additional plan obligations which will not be accounted for in service costs in the future. End quote.
Now you are reading from Ms. Nooney's testimony in the 16AL-0326G.
Correct. That is her page 149 of her rebuttal testimony. So I'm going to phrase it, since that's a long sentence. Basically, the reason these costs exists is because prior to the acquisition, Aquila changed the benefit plan, which increased the cost of providing the plan. This is retroactive rate making that you're even asking for it.
Well, we'll get into that in a minute or two, but let's see what the company did the following year after this decision was issued. What was the first rate case? Are you aware that the first rate case filed by Black Hills, Colorado affiliates operating as utilities and was a Rocky Mountain natural gas rate case in proceeding number 17AL-0654G? Were you aware of that?
That was a very long sentence. Are you saying that I am aware of that rate case? I don't think I worked on it, but what was the question that you had about it?
Question is, were you aware that the following year in 2017, the company's affiliate, Black Hills Colorado Electric's sister affiliate, Rocky Mountain Natural Gas, filed a rate case in proceeding number 17AL-0654G?
I do recall that I do believe that I am aware of that Rocky rate case. However, I was not assigned to it and I did not work on it.
Okay, let's call up hearing exhibit 189. Now, I'm providing an excerpt, Ms. Segala, just so you can see the subject matter of what this testimony is. The docket number is not on here, but you can see that the title is the Rocky Mountain rate case filed in the 17AL blank G docket. and I'll testify that I won't testify, but that is 0654G, subject to check, okay?
Yes.
And let's scroll down and see who Ms. Nooney is, since you've already talked about her testimony in the 2016 case.
She was promoted at some point, correct?
Yeah, I think she's like senior.
So I'm not sure what her position was in the 2016 case or in the 2017 case. Or do you happen to know when she was promoted?
Let's see here.
That actually might be in my testimony when she was
She's vice
promoted.
president and treasurer in 2017. So I think she's a senior or executive vice president at this point, maybe chief financial officer.
I think she may be chief financial officer. Yeah.
Okay. But let's scroll down to the excerpted portion of. So
It's in my testimony that Ms. Nooney was appointed to CFO effective April 1st, 2023.
Okay.
You're showing me testimony that I haven't looked at.
Okay, yes, I'm not, I don't know that I need for you to know that with the contents of it, it's the fact that it was filed. Can just scroll down to the, let's see, that would be page 18. Yeah, this was just summarizing what she was testifying to. So there you see the pension related and retiree medical costs. You see that?
I see.
I'm going to object at this point because Mr. Albright is asking about testimony, direct testimony that Ms. Segala just said she was not familiar with. So if you're trying to get that into evidence, she is not familiar with it, is how I understood her response.
Right. This is not being presented for the truth of the matter. This is being presented for the fact that this testimony was filed, and this is challenging Ms. Segala's statement that the company never provided this information to the commission, when in fact the affiliate companies did just the following year. And this is the reference to that decision. If we would scroll down, Ms. Nooney references the decision in the 2016 Colorado Electric case.
I would ask for a ruling on the objection, because I think it is being brought in for content.
It's overruled for now, and we'll see what questions get asked. So keep going, Mr. Albright.
Yep, just scroll down where the question, okay, stop here. Mr. Menzel, a partner with Aon Hewitt, is also providing expert testimony in support of these pension costs and retiree medical costs. Do you know who Mr. Menzel is, Ms. Segala? Have you encountered him before?
The name is familiar, but it's been a while. I don't recall precisely whether I'm confused or whether he testified on behalf of public service. I'm not sure.
Okay, scroll down one more time. We'll see why the company is providing this information.
It might have been helpful if in response to discovery or in direct testimony, the company pointed to this testimony if this was the testimony that they thought met the commission's requirement that they answer the questions surrounding this issue. It is a very complicated issue, and it's going to be a little challenging, but I'm up for it to do this in front of the commission, when it would have been a lot easier for us to do it through direct.
I'm not telling you to stop, Ms. Segala. I'm telling the court.
It's okay.
So here it is. Why is the company presenting an expert witness in Black Hills, Colorado Electric Utilities 2016 rate review? Staff witness Fiona Segala raised questions and disputed the propriety of a similar regulatory asset. Now, in the Colorado Electric case, that was the regulatory asset established upon the purchase of the Aquila assets, correct? So that was the Aquila.
I'm going to object again. It is truly being offered for content at this point, and she is, Ms. Segala, although offering to work it through on the stand, I object because she's not familiar with it, and she is saying it's very complicated and she has not seen this content before.
Mr. Albright.
I think if I voir dire Ms. Zagala, she will see all this language because it was repeated in the following Black Hills, Colorado gas case in which she was involved. And that was the proceeding number 24AL-0275E case, in which the commission again approved recovery of these costs. So I'm just saying, the point of this is the company did in fact, less than a year and a half after the 2016 rate case, in which the company was ordered to provide information, that they came in and provided information in the gas case, so this issue wouldn't be relitigated.
I renew my objection. She's not familiar with this, and he's offering.
It's so noted. It's overruled for now as premature, and we'll keep going and see where this takes us.
So, Ms. Zagala, do you recall in the 2019 Black Hills, Colorado gas case, which followed this, obviously, that the issue of the regulatory assets for both the legacy Aquila acquisition and the source gas acquisition were presented in direct testimony?
I recall it being at issue. I don't recall the direct answer. I know I make mention of that proceeding in my testimony, but at this moment, I don't recall the details of what was in direct and what was in answer. But we did discuss the issue both in that proceeding and I believe in a couple later proceedings.
Chairman, this testimony was filed and is on file and in the record of the commission's files. So I would ask for administrative notice of it. And again, it's not for the truth of the matter, not for what's being stated here, other than the fact that this is why it's being provided. This was information that was requested by the commission to Black Hills, Colorado Electric, and the gas company came in and provided it in its first rate case after the 2016 Colorado Electric rate case.
Ms.
I
Mandel?
will, yes, I do not object to administrative notice of this. Wait a minute, it's in the hearing. No, I do object to it coming in as administrative notice. It's not a decision, it's testimony. And the company is trying to have this testimony admitted through Ms. Zagala when it is not, it is something that she is not familiar with. If it was a commission decision, obviously the commission could take administrative notice of it. And I'll note also as a second basis for the objection that it is being admitted for the content, not just that it occurred.
Is Dundas, can you help me out here? Can I phone a friend at 4:48 on a Friday evening? My head hurts.
Hi, Chair. Your Honor, could I respond on behalf of the Pueblo Joint Movements? This does affect the revenue requirement that they're asking for.
Ms. Dundas?
Let's hear from Ms. Consilia.
Go ahead.
Mr. Albright is offering this hearsay testimony for the truth of the matter asserted. It is improper under the Colorado Rules of Evidence. It is a completely different proceeding. And if his client decided to ignore the ruling in the 2016 case and not raise it in the context of this new phase 1 case, whatever they did in the gas case is irrelevant. And Ms. Nooney's testimony is hearsay of the worst matter. And so we would object.
Ms. Dundas, phoning a friend here.
Chair, it sounds like we have an objection from staff on using administrative notice to get this document in, and then also an objection from Pueblo on the document being entered into the record at all. I tend to agree that this isn't being used for my understanding of where Mr. Albright is going is this isn't being used to impeach Ms. Zagala's testimony. and is in fact like rebutting Ms. Segala's testimony, and they've already had an opportunity to do that. So I wouldn't be opposed if you don't let this in.
I guess I don't know. I guess I'll sustain the objection. Let me I may need to look at it over the weekend, but for now, let's keep it out and we can take a look at it again on Monday morning. Mr. Albright, you want to keep going?
I can break and start talking about the LM6000 at this point.
Let's just break, I think would be I guess given where I'm at, breaking is probably the right idea.
Mr. Chairman, do I take it that you're deferring a decision on the objection?
Yeah, if we're going to take the break now, I'll take a look at it. And Ms. Dundas, can you send me an email? Just sharing your view of it, and we'll deal with this first thing Monday. With that, any other matters before we take a break? I think you're at about an hour, so 60 minutes in, Mr. Albright. Ms. Mandel.
Oh, I have nothing to say. Sorry, I'll turn off my.
Mr. Albright, anything else before we break for the evening?
No, but I would point out for Ms. Dundas that Mr. Stevens did refer to this decision in his rebuttal. He referred to the proceeding, but he did not refer to the fact that that Ms. Nooney presented this in response to the rate case decision in 2016. He just said that it was presented.
All right, let's why don't you and I take this up offline, Ms. Dundas, unless you have a factual question for him, or and would like more information.
No, Chair, it just sounds like Mr. Albright could make similar points based on the rebuttal testimony he's referencing without the underlying document. And if he failed to cite the testimony in rebuttal, I'm not sure this is an appropriate use of it here, but we can talk about it offline.
Okay. All right. Any other final matters before we break and reconvene 9 a.m. on Monday? All right. With that, hope everybody has a great weekend, and we'll take this up again on Monday. Thanks all.